and to do their next big thing. People who have dropped out, who have founded their startups, people who have even had prior exits who are coming along, you know who you are. If you've raised VC funding before, this is the perfect opportunity to build your next startup. If you haven't, it's the greatest opportunity to actually get your first seed funding, grant funding, and to actually start. Well, I always like to start these things with a show of hands. And I like to see how far people have actually traveled to get here, because there's some extreme dedication that a lot of you have put in to get here. So put up your hands if you traveled 20 minutes to get here. I assume that's going to be the vast majority of you, unless you're literally living like right next door. Okay, most of you. How about, okay, let's push a little bit harder. Okay, how about an hour? Who traveled an hour to get here? Okay, still a lot of you. Who traveled 2 hours to get here? Okay, 3 hours? Yeah, 4 hours? Couple of you. Yeah, 4 hours? How far did you travel? Where did you travel in from?
London.
London. Give them a round of applause for London. Okay, who traveled more than 10 hours to get here? 10 hours. How far did you travel?
Last year, 15 hours.
15. Okay, that's a round of applause. 100%. And of course, if you're from the Vechain team, you literally travel thousands and thousands of miles to get here. And also, if you're from BCG, you also traveled an insane amount to get here. So I'd like to give a round of applause for them for coming out all the way to support. And the Vechain and VCG team here are really, really special. They're genuinely looking for the next big thing that's going to be built. And so I just wanted to take a minute just to emphasize that and emphasize the support that you have available this weekend. You literally have the people who are behind these technologies, who are literally at the forefront, people who are building this future, and they're literally sitting in the front row in front of you right now, in person, not via Zoom. You know, they are literally here, right here, and they're really looking forward to seeing your projects and to supporting you as well. You know, I've talked with every single one of the Vechain team, and also, of course, with Bernard from BCG, and they genuinely want to see you succeed, whether it's just at the hackathon or even beyond. Of course, we can't wait to see your projects and also to see what you present tomorrow. But this is not the end of the road. The support that they have, emphasized time and time again, every time we've met with them, is they want to see how they can support you. And I can't tell you how many times they've asked, how can we support these projects even more? How can we help these students? How can we help these budding engineers and builders, whether you're still an undergrad, whether you're a postgrad, whether you've graduated and are coming and supporting and building your project for the next time. So I just wanted to emphasize that before we hand it over for the next set of presentations. So yes, it's $46,000 in prize money. That's for the technical tracks and non-technical or a pitchathon. So regardless of where you are, what stage you're at, there's a moment in there and something in there for you. And to emphasize as well for the pitchathon is no less important than the technical tracks. We've had people who have gone for the ideathon, the pitchathon, and then afterwards, they have then taken the time to build their project out further. They've then raised VC funding afterwards. For example, at Hack Boston, we had a team that was called MintStars. Jessica presented just an idea. A couple of months later, got funded, and they raised a seed round after that from Polygon Labs and as well from other prominent VCs. And now they're building out their startup and have almost launched. So over the next hour, you're going to hear from the visionaries themselves. But to kick things off, I'm very, very honored to have the co-founder and CEO of Vechain himself, Sunny Liu, who we're going to invite on. He had a last-minute change, so had to come via Zoom. But without any further ado, Sunny will be coming up on screen in just a moment. And we will be able to hear from the man himself a little bit about Vechain's story, about Vechain's history. And if we're able to roll to the next screen, we'll hear from him. And over the next hour, we will then hear a little bit more about the tracks that we have available. For example, anywhere from what the pitchathon looks like through to the technical tracks and also some of the workshops. So this is going to be really setting the scene. We'll then break for lunch. Of course, you can then feel free to make use of any of the other space around today. And I think that at this point, we have Sunny, who's just appeared on screen. So Sunny, over to you. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we'll have a round of applause for Sunny.
Hi guys, how are you? Good morning. It's kind of late afternoon for me here. So let me share the screen. Hold on. Oops. Sorry, guys, I have to rejoin. There is some configuration issue. Give me 1 second.
No problem. I'm looking at this like that. You can see on the bottom and what's out that makes it
All right, coming back. Okay, so welcome everyone to Vechain Hackathon. I'm really sorry, like I cannot be on site, but I'm pretty exciting as you guys. Honestly, I've been working on this very short introduction, but I feel like, you know, the future of Web3 and sustainability really in everyone's hands, in your hands. So we should, you know, that's why I've been really excited about that. You know, we have all of the builders to join us, and you know, we can do something really cool together. So firstly, I think everyone is familiar about that, right? This is our World Cup. Every 4 years is a cycle. The all-time high happens 13, 17, 21. And then the first year after the all-time high, we call it a crying year. Everybody just crying. But the following 2 and 3 years, it's always uptrends, especially you know, after the Bitcoin halving, it kind of give a very strong indication about us. So whatever the bear market or bull market, I think the main theme for all of us as a builder is always building, always progressing, whatever from the technical development or business development, application delivery, that's all matters. It's about how to build, how to you know, achieve what we can do. So actually, whatever we do in the bear market, remember that it will decide how high we can achieve, how many users we can acquire, how many people we can really bring and serve, you know, until we achieve the success. So Vechain is following the same cycle. Actually, we launched 3 times white paper. I don't know if you guys have been aware of that, but in 2017, we launched the white paper version 1, which actually served the ICO. Basically, we in the first white paper, we tell people what kind of the infrastructure we want to build. We want to build an infrastructure platform as a public blockchain platform to serve, let's say, real world adoptions, real world applications to create the real value. So in 2018, when we launched the platform, along with pretty cool features like fee delegation, you know, multi-clouds, those kind of features are really aligned what we try to do, what we announced to do. And, you know, that's the first time we deliver our promises. And the Vechain reached the first all-time high in 2018, early 2018. And then 2019, after 1 year stability of the entire blockchain has been running for a whole year. And then we released the second version of white paper, which is focused on enterprise adoptions. And the following years, we have been delivering hundreds of enterprise applications in different sectors, in automobile, in EV, you know, fashion division like Givenchy, H&M, you know, battery management for BYD, receipt project for plastic waste collection, many cases in multiple different sectors. And for sure, in 2021, we reached another all-time high. And then in this year, in March, we released the third white paper. And this time we wanted to upgrade from the previous enterprise adoption to be more specific and to be more Web3 driven. So what we did is actually, along with BCG, we co-authored the new white paper. We call it Web3 for Better. Why Web3, right? I mean, we have been talking about Web3 for many time now. And, if we look back to the history a bit, Web 1, from the beginning of the internet, is actually focused on the connections, and users are pretty passive. So the major players in that time is majorly infrastructure provider, whatever providing the network, providing the machines, computers, servers, or clouds even later. Basically, we're focused on the connection building, and the users are pretty much passive to get whatever the contents you're surfing the internet. And then moving to the Web 2 is more focused on mobility, because people, the user, not only want to connect it to the internet, but also they want to connect it to the internet anytime, anywhere. So users becomes more interactive with this kind of revolutionary change in the internet phase. And then moving to the Web 3, we're talking about user should be the owner, not just a passive or interactive, but more creative. And the user are more focused on creation for any kind of value. And the user needs to be incentivized, needs to be, as an owner, to share the entire economic effects from that. So I would say the future platform for the Web3, it should be acting as like a enabler platforms, the enabler to enable any kind of builders, any kind of users to create value together. So that's what we think about why we wanted to, why sustainability needs the Web3. Actually, we have other colleagues, other people from the team will introduce about the white paper, introduce the business case later on. But I just wanted to give a quick summary about here. Think about the Web3 we can contribute to sustainability. I would say it's kind of like a body. It's kind of like a human body, and the mind is a consensus. The consensus is sustainability is everyone's duty. It's not just the one enterprise or one association's mission. It should be for everyone. It should be for every day. And then skeleton could be like a Vechain blockchain as an infrastructure to provide. And the muscles will be smart contracts, will be applications for any kind of application to incentivize, to motivate each individual user to contribute to sustainability. And the blood is like a token, and token will play a very important role even to change people's relationship. It will kind of, let's say, unite every individual user to work on the same goal, work on the same mission. So we will talk about how to use that kind of Web3 body to create collective value. Think about that. If you drive, let's say, 100 miles EV car, we can calculate like how much carbon credits or how much carbon emission reduction you can contribute. You can make the world better a little bit, right? And if we refer to the market price of the carbon credits, it kind of like from that type of value, it's just a cents, in even less than cents. So it's very fractional value, but also means something. If we're able to make that kind of value be collective, if we have like 1 million or even 10 million, 100 million people driving the EV everywhere in the whole world, if we are able to make the value collective and then be visible, it means a lot of difference. It will show the great value. And also there were other value on top of just the carbon credits as well, like social and economic value. Then, it could be really a blast, and they will also leading to the different type of business models from that. So that's a whole concept of the Web3, to make each individual fractional effort to be a collective value, and then we definitely can find lots of different ways to monetize that value, or in other sense, to motivate, incentivize individuals to make the world better. That's our key concept. So what kind of the Web3 platform we want to do, we have to rely on what we have done before, which is enterprise adoptions. We have done hundreds of enterprise applications already, and now it's a time we can expand, we can upgrade with token in play, that kind of business models for those enterprises, and to involve individual users together. And for sure, tokenomics is going to play a very important role, and even the gamifications could help us to attract more users. But more importantly, everyone in that type of platform could have fun, right? That's also one of the important factors as well. And eventually, everybody, we can create that type of collective impacts, collective value. So we call it X type of applications. It's basically X to earn for sustainability. So whatever you do, think about how to motivate, how to incentivize user to contribute, to make a fractional contributions, to make a fractional efforts, but eventually we can create a greater impacts, collective impacts for sustainability implementations. So that's my vision. Also, it's Vision's mission. I hope it can be consent missions for every builders of the entire crypto world. Last but not least, just a few tips to young builders, to all of you guys. For any startup, or I got this type of the question, like what you do as a CEO for a young startup or for a team, I would say there are three things we need to manage. The first thing you need to manage the money, you need to manage the fund to make sure we have enough runaway, we have cash burned to be able to survive and also to reach the success later on. So always think ahead what type of fund you can get and how you can manage that kind of the balance to make sure you always, to have a survival capability in this market. And then the strategy, what type of things you want to do, right? What type of products you want to deliver, what kind of the service you wanted to provide to your users, to your people. And last but not least, also it's most difficult one, is people, is your team. So even you have adequate fund and you have a right strategy, without the proper team setup, you're not able to manage the executions. And actually that will be the difficult part, because the people are different, especially in the Web3, people are coming from different worlds, even scattered, decentralized everywhere in the world. How to collaborate, how to coordinate the efforts, it's pretty challenging. But that's also should be everyone's, or let's say should be a focus for every CEO or every leader of the team. So those are three things to manage. And also, during the process of being a startup or try to create something, you always need to have a mentor. Whatever is the public figures or your private mentors, your close friends, someone you respect, always can give you good advices. Here, I want to share two, let's say, mentor to me, but also like very good examples for, I will say, for everyone. Firstly, from Steve Jobs, stay foolish, stay hungry, because the curiosity, I'm sorry for that, even though I think this term is actually from a Stanford speech, not from MIT or Harvard, but it means a lot. It means as a startup, you need to maintain the curiosity. You need to be very sensitive about the market reactions, be sensitive about the technology developments. Then you always able to catch up and always to master the trends, and even leading the trends by your own deliveries. The other one, in more from engineer point of view, is from Elon Musk about the first principle rules. In the process, we're going to go through lots of difficulties, right? Lots of challenges. And honestly, I personally, I really respect the first principle rule. Always, try to go through the details, go through the root cause, and you can find a better solution on that. Because people usually will fall in the trap of blind spot. When you try to address something and things after that, you may have, you may stuck in some kind of trap. So in this kind of the period, actually, I've been experienced so many times, take a step back and try to disclose, try to find out what is it really you want to do. What is the original mission, original purpose? Then you might find a different routes and different ways, and eventually to achieve the target. But last but not least, I want to share my personal experiences or my personal, let's say, takeaway. That's a very important, I will consider as a mentor to me as well. Actually, is from one of my team, and also one of my best friends, Otto. The guy sitting in the chair, sitting in the wheel, and we finished the marathon together in 2020. Some small city in China. Well, the record you see is not really impressive. A little bit less than 6 hours, but we finished 42 kilometers, the whole marathon together. Honestly, he's a hero to me because you can see his condition. He actually had a big accident like around 20 years ago, and I was one of the first to visit him in the hospital. He was really in a big pain, not only physically, but also psychologically. You can see what's happening. And he's really suffering from this accident. Even after the recoveries, he was not able to, let's say, manage like normal people. And I was giving him the kind of pepper talk. I say, well, brother, everything going to be turned good. Maybe it's just a different way of living a life, but I think we can always, get back, and fight back from that. So I give him a promise, like one day we can make a marathon together. Because before the accident, when we were in the same school, we were playing the football together. We have been jogging together. So I give him the pep talk, like, remember that I believe you can achieve a marathon someday, and I will be with you. We could run it together. And then, he did it. Like 15 years later, with lots of the efforts, lots of recovery trainings, and he's able to make that. It was really, really impressive. And now he's making the marathon like 3 or 4 times a year, or even 5, 6 times a year. He really enjoyed that. I always say he find the way out, he find the purpose. Now he has a very good family with recently got a newborn son. I really, let's say, respect what he can do. And it kind of always give me the shining, it always give me the inspiration, or even like, think about him is like a pepper talk to me. Whatever the challenges, whatever the difficulties, you always can get up, try to deal with that, smile at all of the difficulties, and just move on. So the last suggestion I will give to all of the builders, remember why you start and keep it up and never give up. And last but not least, get the job done. As a startup, as a builder, we will face, countless difficulties, challenges, even like mission impossibles. But, our job is just to get job done, always move on, always moving ahead. So let's build together. And thank you so much, and enjoy the hackathon. Okay.
So I think probably EasyA we present what you actually find these things. Yeah.
I'm going to use the phone. Okay. Hi, everyone. There's a bit of an echo. Yeah, that one. Test. It's working now. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Hello, everyone. Wow, it's a big room here. Lots of people. Thanks for coming. Just in case you wonder where this accent comes from, I'm Antonio Senatore. I'm the CTO of Vechain. I'm also the steering committee member for Vechain, elected, I think, in March this year, and the general manager of the Irish branch. I'm a Southern Italian from the Amalfi Coast. I've been living in Dublin since 2007. And I'm a computer engineer from Politecnico di Milano. So there you can, guys, you can see here my LinkedIn and Twitter. Please add me on LinkedIn and Twitter. That would be good. It's the best way to be in touch with me. It's the best way to know what I'm doing and what Vechain is doing, okay? My background is in software engineering, big data, AI, Web3, crypto, blockchain. And I'm a former Deloitter, 11 years, director and former global CTO in Deloitte of blockchain for about 5 years. I pushed the button. So today I'm going to talk about the roadmap of Vechain, of the CTO, and what the CTO does. That's the view from my office, Rathmines, Dublin, Portobello, Richmond Street, how do we say? And so let's go to the next one. So what is the role of the CTO here at Vechain? I really need to build the technology to make everything happen. It's about building the technology to deliver on the sustainability agenda of Vechain. And what I want to achieve is to make Vechain the platform of choice for any Web3 sustainability ecosystem. Anyone that wants to build in sustainability, leveraging Web3 technology, should use Vechain. That's my dream. That's what I'm trying to achieve. And that's, I think, the mandate that Sunny gave to me. We have some principles. Every delivery must be defined and measurable, must have a business impact. You know, we need to know what we are building. Why? We always engage with the community, which is you. That's why we're here today, of builders. And we need to support, grow, and, you know, strengthen, sponsor the community of builders. And today's event goes into the next. CTO team journey. How did we get here? And I think you may find this interesting as startuppers. You know, I joined in October 2021, so it's 2 years now, full after Deloitte. What did I do at the beginning? Well, I looked at a roadmap, what it is that I want to do, what I want to build, what does Vechain needs? And it was a bit of a gap analysis at the beginning. There are things we need, we don't have, we have to build those. And then, but also, if sustainability is our vision, our mission, what do we need for sustainability? And I started writing a roadmap with Peter Zhu, our chief scientist, and Sunny, and others. And then I spent 6-7 months trying to figure out the legal stuff. Sunny said at the beginning, you need to look after money and then growth. Yeah, there's a lot of legalities as well involved. If you hire people, you need to have a contract. You got to have a payroll in place. So all these things, please don't forget about those. And then in May, we opened in February, we went to San Marino for the headquarters. We opened the Irish and the Italian branches. June and December, we started making the first hires, the first few hires. Vineet, hire number one, where are you? Is there. Was the employee number one, then Christina, Darren, myself, Dahi, and others. And we started developing. And after 6 months, we basically released Vorge, vWord. We went at the Hive Summit, white paper. We relaunched Vechain.org. And what we are doing now is the roadmap 2024 is in progress. And there's about 70, 80 items there to deliver. It's a lot. It's a lot. So we are trying to prioritize that. And I may give you a glimpse now of what we are doing. Here's the roadmap, the old one, 23, 2024, and it stops at Q1 2024. I want to say 3 things here. Then we go into deep details. I know it's a lot of text, but stay with me. We have 3 delivery models, Vechain driven and development, which means the CTO does that or the R&D does that. So we deliver that. Vechain backed grants and funds. So we ask someone to build for us. Someone applies for a grant or we pay someone, you know. There are several ways. 3, community driven. A community project say, I like that idea, Antonio. Don't need funding. I know how to monetize. I already got my investment. I'm going to do that. And I say, off you go. So long you build from Vechain. Happy days. So where are we so far? In H1 2023, we did a number of things. The biggest one was to relaunch our wallets, VWord, browser extension. Vechain never had a browser extension before, which was a bit of a lack of capabilities at the time, but we have solved that. VWord Mobile, which is live 2 weeks now. A series of things around Token Bridge, working with the XP network, making better our APIs like, Connex, Web3 bridges, etc. And a series of development tools, contract development framework, libraries, development IDEs. Fabio is going to talk about that. Vinit is going to talk today about VWord. And Vorge, Vechain as a service, blockchain as a service, Web 2 to Web 3. Roshin today is going to talk about that. Carbon footprint calculator with Vechain stats, infrastructure improvements, so more and more public nodes for Vechain, and of course the website vechain.org. I want to do a bit of a deep dive. Vinit is going to talk about VWord in a minute, but it's been a first wallet browser extension. Your keys, your crypto was truly decentralized. Literally, there was no server behind. It was talking only to the blockchain, which was cool. Compatible with ledger devices, audited by Hackathon. And, we have seen the core features, and then we went mobile after 6 months. So literally, VWord Mobile was released in 9 months of work, which is incredible. And VWord browser extension is around 6 months of work. I mean, our working ethic is we deliver. As engineers, especially in college, you're taught never to make mistakes. Please do. Make mistakes. Try things. It's not you that judge what a good product is. It's the market. So get something quick out. And I always tell my team, I remember the first time after 3 months of VWord, I looked at the team and said, okay, when do we release this? And the expression of fear of a couple of engineers. You remember that? And I remember a couple of them, particularly, like, guys, this is not for us to show off. We need to deliver to the people. So get an MVP, a basic version, see how the market reacts, and deliver. So yes, college teaches you stuff, but when you are out there, you need to be a little bit more brave. Okay. There are a number of features here that I'm not going to discuss, but it really looks good. And Vinit will talk more about this. The other piece of work that you're probably going to need today is Vorge. No code Web 3. How did Vorge, why Vorge? Why it came to be? I just spoke to one of my team members and I said, we need an indexer. So an inverted database that you could query the blockchain. And we need to give it to the community. And so we did the indexer, but then I said, shall we add some APIs so people can issue tokens, etc., and do a few things like ERC20, ERC721, or maybe we could add some DAO frameworks as well. And we start adding stuff on top. So we did, after 3 months, some APIs, backend only. We already had 30 clients using the APIs of the indexer and the ERC, whatever tokens we were using. And said, okay, there is a need for this, let's do more. And we started doing more. We then released an app, a web app, and then we released a portal, Vorge.io. And that's all it does. Now, if you want to know more, Roshin is going to give you a demo and do more later, but there is a good documentation as well. One of the things that I like is the fact that you mint NFTs for free, 5,000 NFTs, and then you can deploy them into a marketplace, which is Word of V. In the future, I'm doing, like in the next 2-3 months, marketplace as a service we are doing as a team, which means all your NFT, you can have your own white label marketplace. Push, get your NFT out, and you can sell and buy using VET. So that's just for everyone. More smart contracts, etc. And probably Vorge in the future will become sustainability as a service. Which means enable zero-code deployment of sustainability ecosystem, like a sustainability DAO, configure your DAO, click, create your NFT, use your governance, create your token with a couple of clicks. And it's already got incredible statistics. And it was born like that, with a chat with a developer. We should do this. And there is a full team behind there, lots of people, product management, like, you know, sometimes small ideas, they can get big. Current free plan, here it is, 300,000 API, 20 smart contract deployments, 5,000 NFTs. I was recently at a conference for another blockchain. We were together, and one of the developers in a meeting, in a workshop said, "You can really mint 5,000 NFTs for free." Yeah, you can do that. And they started using like crazy. Truly, what are we working on now at this very moment, which is H2 2023? We're still in October. NFT marketplace as a service, as I said, we hope to get it out by the end of the year. We're bringing some DeFi protocols into the platform. The reward migration of Vechain has become a DApp. For those who are familiar with Vechain, it's a DApp now. VNS, Vechain naming system, is community built. We should be able to release quickly. SDK revamp. We have a new SDK soon. We will have that kind of merges all the different libraries we have, and you have one single access. Ledger Live native integration, so bet on Ledger Live natively with CoinFi, Fiat on Ramp. Vorge portal is already live, actually, Vorge.io. Oracle's new DApp Explorer. Advanced Explorer API, so fine-grained APIs to query the ledger with Vechain stats. Check the documentation, it's already out. And they're making more releases this week. So we're working on that. docsvechain.org, the entire Vechain documentation has been revamped. It's beautiful. It's very easy to follow. Use that today, okay? Use that a lot today. Vechain.org revamp will be next week, and further improvements on VWord. Vinit will talk about that. And what are we working on? And this is my last slide. So what are we going to work on for 2024? Sorry. What are we going to do for 2024? In reality, we are still prioritizing what we are going to do for 2024. It's all around sustainability. And we have around 70 items to work on, as I said before. Plus, there are the items on the VIP process. So it's a lot of stuff. In the meantime, like short term, we're trying to integrate a payment gateway, DID, digital identity on Vechain, ERC-4337, account abstraction, one with Ethereum. It's also available in Vechain. It's going to be ready in the next few weeks. So everyone can build basically a wallet, social media, and all this nice stuff. Some layer 2, it's our R&D team working on that, and privacy solutions. Further custodial solution integration. The future is about wallets. Everyone needs to have a wallet, and you need custodial solution integration. The likes of Fireblocks, Coinbase Cloud, and others. So we're integrating with many of those, and will be available very soon. A new reward app, sustainability focused. We are working on that. Myself, Sunny, Neil, Vinit, and the rest of the team. A governance wizard into Vorge, and more sustainability apps and tools. But in reality, it's Web3 for better. It's sex to earn. So what we are going to build today, tools for all of you to use. And that's going to be our focus. So the 2024 roadmap will look quite different in the next few weeks, and we will publish that. So as I said at the beginning, follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. I think I'm on time, am I? So I made that. Thank you, everyone.
Really great as well. I think the biggest takeaway that I had from both Antonio's and also Sunny's talk is that whatever you're building, you should just build it. I think it's so easy just to think, oh, I could perfect this, I could perfect that. But I think Antonio put it really nicely, and he said, the market will decide, right? There are all sorts of things that we always think, even at EasyA, that we could add into the app, that we could build. And at the end of the day, it just adds more time to your roadmap, right? So just put it out there. And even this hackathon, every hackathon, there are so many people who think my project is not good enough, I'm not even going to submit it. Just do it, right? Who knows? Maybe the judges will like it, right? And maybe your users will like it even. And on that note, we'll hand over to Peter, who is Chief Scientist at Vechain, for his presentation. Let's have a round of applause for Peter.
Hello, everybody. Meanwhile, we're waiting for my presentation to be on screen. I'd like to thank you for coming here and join the hackathon. So I just want to, give you guys a little bit introduction myself. And so my full name is Peter Zhou, and I joined Vechain in 2017. I've been Vechain's chief scientist since 2017, and currently I'm managing the blockchain called dev team, also the internal research team. So you might, the reason I joined Vechain is because I met Sunny in 2016, and we had a cup of coffee, and I got brainwashed by him. So he told me Vechain is great, Vechain is it's really very great, and I believed him, and I quit my job next year, and I joined Vechain in 2017. Since then, I feel like I'm pretty lucky I met Sunny, and I really thank him to give me the opportunity to join Vechain. It's such a exciting journey for me in Vechain, and I hope. So I'm here also doing the same thing as Sunny did to me. So I invite you, all of you guys, to join Vechain, to join this amazing journey. I hope you will be thank me in a couple of years in future. Okay, for the before I joined Vechain, I was actually a university researcher. I did like academic research for 10 years in the area of AI. So I did a little bit of work on computer vision, something about like recognize, how people walk by the way they walk. Also the, try to figure out what people are saying without hearing them. So that's weird stuff in the computer vision. Yeah, so today I'm going to answer some questions like I'm saying like I invite you guys, but I want to answer the questions how you guys can join Vechain. So how you guys can, as a newcomer for Vechain, as a newcomer to join Vechain, to be part of the society, to contribute and be rewarded, be recognized. And also, I will tell you guys what is the best way to make impact to this Vechain community. And yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about. Okay.
We'll roll on to Peter's slides. We had a technical issue with them right now, but I think we can invite Barnard up next in order to present on the BCG track. So, we'll save the best till last. Cool. Yeah, we'll bring up your slides now. Over to you. Let's have a round of applause for Barnard.
So hello everyone, also from my side. So today I want to talk about a big transition that is happening in worldwide economy, and the fact that we as BCG have a great collaboration and partnership with Vechain, I think is a proof for that. I mean, look at me. I'm 15, 16 years working for BCG. I'm a partner there. I'm here now together with a C level of my client in sneakers with some jeans that are normally not wearing when I talk to my clients. So things are really changing, right? I mean, imagine the traditional company BCG is standing like this in front of a C level of his client, right? I mean, one thing that changes. The second thing, and you are in there directly, is the transition from Web 2 to Web 3. And all of you that are builders are in part of it. And this is also amazing, exciting, and this is also happening right now. Happening in a way that the traditional companies that kind of BCG are representing, I mean, all of our normal clients are like the big clients of this world, and from Audi to traditional banks, HSBC, JP Morgan, what have you. So all these traditional clients that we have are looking now into the Web3 space. Is this something for us? How can we be part of it? And so on. And so we as BCG, together, of course, with Vechain, are helping them to get in there. Yeah, and this is the second big transition that is happening. So not only the close, also the Web3 topic, that BCG is now into it completely. But maybe, okay. So I get a smiley now, yeah. So that's me. I'm, by the way, not only a BCG partner, and I joined 16 years ago, BCG. I'm also a founder, also Web3 founder, did my first big exit last year. And this is also helping me to understand the industry a little bit better, to be not only as a consultant helping them, but also as a founder to be part of, we are building as well on chains, right? And on the right-hand side, yeah, the QR code for my LinkedIn for those who want to follow me a little bit further. I try to be as active as possible. But let's get back to the transition that is happening. So I brought this hype cycle, and this is, I mean, it's quite an old one, but so it's from Schopenhauer, who lived. You see it here in the footnote. So by the way, when it comes to consultants, always read the footnotes. That's where the most relevant parts are in. Just a small advice. So Schopenhauer, which is super old, so he died 1860, right? So super old, but his hype cycle is still so valid what is happening right now with blockchain adoption in the real economy. So at the beginning, everyone was laughing about it, yeah, and ridiculed. So what is it? Do we really need it? And so on. And you cannot imagine when I started doing blockchain and digital asset topics for BCG 2017-18, well, my colleagues, and you're nodding from Deloitte, yeah. So my colleagues were basically sending me directly to compliance, right? So this is money laundering. You shouldn't do that. Well, you can do it, but please do it in your spare time and don't talk about it within the BCG context. Yeah. So this was the beginning, and it changed. Of course, it changed, but still, it comes to number two then, which is, let's say, a couple of 1-2 years ago. It is violently opposed. Yeah, which basically means a lot of people were like, no, we don't do that. No, we have heard of this, yes, but we don't do that. Yeah, so it's super true. And when we talk to traditional companies, it's still the same. They're still somewhere, by the way, between number 2 and number 3, because some companies now, traditional companies, traditional banks, what have you, yeah, they're right now already in the phase of course we use blockchain. What else do you think? Yeah, so it's really, and I would say depending on the industry or to whom we're talking to, we are somewhere between number 1 and number 3 somewhere. Yeah, so the traditional C-levels from super traditional industries, they're still at the number 1 area, and of course other companies are already here. Of course we use blockchain. What else? The question is only which blockchain and what do you suggest? So coming to our partnership that we have with Vechain, and it's really an amazing partnership that we have now already since a year. We help them in order to find the new USP. I mean, and this slide is showing that they already know where the new USP was. It's in sustainability. Yeah, because this matters for everyone. This is really a USP when you compare it with other blockchains. And of course, they had a very good footprint and already in it, like from fashion packing manufacturer to surgery masks and so on and so on. So they were really already doing something in this area, and we helped them with our sustainability practice together with some crypto folks to form the new white paper to position them in the sustainability area. So coming back to the partnership, so what do we do now with them? Yeah, so we were helping them to find the most relevant needs that are out there in the world, so the most relevant use cases, and now we are also testing ecosystems that are worth to look at and that are worth to build with them at the moment. and also, of course, to kind of, pressure test different players and so on. Yeah. In addition to that, we also, and this is, by the way, a very important thing that we know at BCG, we do this very often to also not only help to the companies where to look at, but also to help the companies to change themselves internally. So, and this is, I think, a very good, and congrats to all of you in Vechain. So you're open to changes as well internally as well. And this is how a company should be. And for all of you, because you're thinking, okay, should I go to the Vechain hackathon? Should I go to the Tezos hackathon or Cardano hackathon or whatever? Yeah. I mean, maybe some of you are going there as well, but still you need to think where you build your venture. Yeah. And I can tell you, so Vechain is really a good place to go, not only because we have the partnership with that. No, but jokes aside, really you need to look at a layer one that is in your field, because then you have synergy effects. So when you want to build something in the sustainability area, go to a chain, not that one that is giving you the most grants. Yeah, I mean, when you have a good venture, you get the money anyway, right? Go to that chain that helps you and where you have synergy effects with others. Yeah. And second, go to a company and go to a layer one that is willing to also evolve and live according to the different waves that you have. And Vechain is as well, well, it was a startup that started like you guys now. Yeah. So, and for every startup and every company, and believe me, as BCG, after 16 years, I can tell you a lot of stories about it. You need to involve all the time. Yeah. Good example, a crypto bank, also a client of mine in Switzerland. So one of the 3 Switzerland crypto banks that you have. They told me at the beginning, we needed bankers. The first year, we needed bankers because we applied for the banking license. The next wave, we needed crypto guys because we were forming the products. And the next wave, a year later, we needed salespeople. Yeah. And this will be also for you as a startup founder. And this is also relevant for Vechain. And those companies, those startups, those ventures, or bigger companies that are willing to change over time, these are partners you like to have. Yeah, because these are also partners that are flexible enough to cope with new things and new problems that maybe you will bring to them as founders. Yeah. In order to speed up, so this is the white paper. I guess some of you have seen this already, and we were talking about this already. Let's say that the most important part is in the white paper is as well that we engage all the parts of the ecosystem, find them the spots where it is most relevant to play with, and the new kind of USP in the sustainability area. So the chapter is called Success Formula. So what is the success formula? Maybe you've seen it. I'm a PhD math, so I like my formulas, right? Before we go to the real math formula, what is happening in the industry is that all those topics are kind of coming together. Yeah, they were a little bit separated at the beginning. So you had the NFT folks and you had the DeFi folks, and okay, some layer ones and then some metaverse folks and so on. So what we see is that this all comes together at the end. Yeah, I mean, a good example is when you play somewhere in a VR or in Roblox and so on. Yeah, then maybe you need some payments and you want to pay in a cryptocurrency, and then you get a weapon which is actually an NFT. So you see, all these things are coming together. Yeah. So when you start building, then have in mind that all these pieces, the separate pieces, and nowadays we have conferences for all the separate pieces, will come together and will develop together. A big but. Yeah. And this is what we as BCG are telling to everyone. Not all use cases are relevant or should be built on a blockchain. So if it's just a database, then it's just a database. You don't need a blockchain for that. Yeah. So what we do, and this is, I mean, it looks funny, right? But basically, it's a decision tree. Yeah. You start. Do we really need a Web3 or not? And this basically have some questions Like, are you launching a new product or service? Yes or no? Or are you interested in decentralized web? Yes or no? Or do you have synergy effects? What is the amount of people you're addressing? So one to many or one to one, and so on and so on. So if you follow down this path, then you find out whether it's really Web3 or whether you should stay at Web 2. Yeah, and no hard feeling. If it's a Web 2, then stay at Web 2. Maybe the offering is even cheaper. Yeah. So you don't need to have pictures. So on my LinkedIn profile, you find all of this stuff. Yeah. And this is, I mean, this is not readable, of course, yeah. But this is exactly the purpose. On the left-hand side, you'll see that the various industries, like from automotive and agriculture to what we have here, energy, realty and luxury, and so on and so on. And on the other hand, we have the various topics from financing, data, ESG, la, 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 la. And we map down all the use cases that we could think of where Web3 really makes sense. Yeah. So even so, I told you here, go through the decision tree to find out whether it's a Web3 use case. This is basically, they made it through Web3. So for all these use cases, the answer was Web3. Yeah, I think we can skip this one. As I call it, the formula for the success formula, basically. So this is a formula that we came up with. What's relevant for the price of a coin or of a token. Again, I won't go through the entire formula now, but it only shows that even this part can be put into math. And a lot of you guys are probably from technical universities or MIT or other technical universities. So also we are putting stuff into like formulas like that helps us to think easier. So for all of you, you're probably doing the same when you come up with white papers or with your own explanation of things. I can really encourage you, try to use your mathematical skills that you learned and put it into math, because all of us here are technical guys in a certain way, and it's sometimes helping as well. Just very brief to finish up. So we also did a blockchain benchmark study, and again, what we found out is that what I said before, it's not only that you need to have a very good technological background as a layer one, where you decide where to build. It's also relevant that you are open for changes. So in terms of governance, in terms of processes and so on, and that you really involve all the time. And third, and this is something that you can experience today in person, you also need to have a nice team, yeah, and people you want to work with, because when you have a problem or when you want to get some advice from those people, well, then just go to them and ask them. So this is actually what I like as well very often. Even though we are sitting decentralized and scattered around the world, we still talk to people. Yeah, and this is only a big plus when you like those people to whom you need to talk to. Yeah, so today, tomorrow, you're able to speak to a good chunk of people from Vechain, become friends with them. For the future, it's then so much easier to discuss with them something, or when you know them already. And I can tell you from the BCG side, in terms of technological topics, so it's really an advanced layer one in terms of ability to change and adapt to the various waves that you need, and also in terms of the personal skills, it's a very good chain. So stick at Vechain, build there, and you will have an amazing future with you and your own venture that you're building up. Thank you.
And I've got to ask Bernard as well, does BCG also do personal training consulting?
What?
Personal training consulting.
It's part of management consulting anyway, yeah.
Cool. So perfect. So next up, we will have Marina, who will walk us through what you have been thinking about a lot, which is the hackathon tracks. And without any further ado, let's give it up for Marina.
Hey, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for making the trek here. We're really excited to meet you all in the hallways. The missions are threefold. So here's to the game plan. I'm Marina Fortunato. I work on the business development team. And we have 3 tracks ready for you. The first track is the Vechain track. The second one has been concocted by BCG. And the third one is the Pitchathon that EasyA will introduce. Obviously, at Vechain, as you've heard from our various speakers, we're deeply ingrained in sustainability. We have been for a while, and we're really being bullish on that notion and on that conviction, not only because of our circumstances as a planet, but also because it's our deep passion and conviction. So every action that we carry out, whether it's in the tech team, in the business development team, every single action is carrying out the sustainability mission. It's making Web2 users, Web3 users understand how blockchain and crypto in general can be leveraged for sustainability, which is a notion that we don't hear that much nowadays. And we're convinced it's the solution for these circumstances. So once again, should you choose to accept these missions, we have 3 problem statements for you. The first one is the Vechain track, and the goal is to create a sustainability DApp. In order to compensate environmental contributions of everyday users. As Sunny was mentioning, sustainability and this issue lies in the power of every single user. So it's you and me who make a difference every single day. And we want to make sure that all users, regardless of their backgrounds, have the tools in hand in order to fight for sustainability, to understand their individual impact on our planet, and of course, be rewarded for it. So we'd like you to come up with a sustainable DApp that rewards these behaviors. Some of the tools that we invite you to explore and engage with is tokens, gamifications, money can't buy events, and any other incentive schemes that you can come up with in order to incentivize users to be excited about sustainability. We came up with a few examples just to get your creative juices flowing. X to earn models can be having X being walking, cycling. It could be any action that serve a sustainability mission and then be compensated later for that behavior. Again, we're going to be available throughout the whole hackathon in order to brainstorm with you, whether it is in terms of sustainability or actually building out these specific initiatives. So we came up with BCG with a template that you're going to be able to fill out in order to really get your vision down on paper and then have it easily presented to our team. Some of the main, let's say, actions to carry out and goals are to fill out. So this one pager, it's going to be to sell your USPs. You need to analyze the competition, which in turn will help you gain a competitive advantage and understand how competitive your solution is. We'd also love for you to explore the tokenomics of it, understand really what's driving value for your app, and in turn for sustainability. Obviously, that's going to drive users to utilize your application. How the token is linked in the real world to sustainability. We'll actually have a workshop later in the day, led by myself actually, on how you can utilize Fidgetals, NFTs for sustainability. So feel free to hop into the session to understand what the potential of Fidgetals and NFTs are for sustainability. And we'd love for you to explore what how this technology can be used and these features specifically in the objective of sustainability. Then we'd like for you to define a go-to-market strategy, estimate the entire market, and then describe obviously your team so that we can get to know you a little better and who would be the task force in charge. These requirements are the same for all the different tracks, so I won't be boring you and repeating them. You'll directly find them in the one pager later. Second, we have the BCG track. In the white paper, and because of also some prior use cases that we've worked on, we've decided to focus on fashion and luxury. I'm kind of skewed for this specific use case because my background is in fashion and luxury, and that's actually why I chose to join Vechain. I got to know blockchain and crypto because of the traceability solutions. So what we came up with BCG is for you to create a fashion supply chain tracking company where you would build on Vechain Thor a solution in order to increase brand trust and enabling them to insert any data point related to sustainability, the product information, manufacturing onto this supply chain tracking company. Again, NFTs, loyalty is something that we think about daily in our initiatives, whether it's in BD or the tech implications, obviously, and play around with the idea. How can we incentivize in enterprises, but also users to be excited in order to find out where their product comes from, ensure authenticity, and also incentivize loyalty schemes so that they engaging with a brand, but also in the sustainability aspect, which obviously is deeply tied to the supply chain. Once again, repeated all the different requirements that we would like to ask of you. And here's the template that you'll be able to fill out due tomorrow with all the different elements that we'd like you to compile, obviously the team members at the bottom. Then for the pitchathon, I'd love for EasyA to come on and introduce a little bit the concept for people who aren't ready yet to go into the first track.
Thank you, and a round of applause for Marina first. So I think this is something that we've worked really hard on, and Dom, my co-founder as well, will introduce the second half of the pitchathon, just talking about a little bit more about how you should pitch, and we'll have a session on that as well. But to start off with, I'll just introduce why we have the pitchathon before I hand over to Dom. So the reason we have the pitchathon is because sometimes you don't know how to actually build something directly, right? Maybe you're not confident enough to actually submit to the technical track. Which you should definitely do. There's nothing that's preventing you, but sometimes you just want a little bit of breathing room, and so that's why we have the pitchathon. And as I said before, we often have people who come to the pitchathon and will then build out their project afterwards, right, and actually implement it. So that's really the idea behind the pitchathon, and that's why it's so important for us today. And we'll of course have your pitching sessions tomorrow. And so I'll just hand over to Dom, who will talk a little bit more about the overall idea behind how you should pitch and what we're really particularly looking for in the pitchathon. So let's have a round of applause for my co-founder, Dom.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. So yeah, I guess for the pitchathon, the main thing that we're looking for is that you've got a good, sustainable business idea that's actually got something to do with Vechain, and you've got good reasoning for why it should actually be built on Vechain. Obviously, you guys have a lot of good ideas in terms of, just general business ideas, but what we're looking for is that it's number one, sustainability focused, and number two, actually has to be built on the blockchain, and number three, why that particular blockchain should be Vechain. So make sure you've highlighted all those 3 points in your presentation. And once you've done that, hopefully you have a good chance of winning. We have 3 prizes to give away, all of them $2,000. So serious winnings to be made if you make it into the top 3 there. Perfect. If anyone has any questions, come find Phil and myself after this or throughout the weekend. We can help you brainstorm, obviously speak to the BCG, Vechain teams as well if they can help you too. Cool.
And last but not least, we have Peter, who introduced himself briefly earlier and is the chief scientist at Vechain. And I just want to emphasize as well how honored we are to have him here today. He's literally basically the Vechain equivalent of Satoshi Nakamoto, the man who worked very closely on the white paper together with others here. And so it's a real honor that we have him today. And Peter, over to you. Let's have a round of applause, Peter.
Yeah, I always believe the best should be left to the end. Okay. As I said, I want to join you guys to join the Vechain journey, to contribute, to build, and be rewarded. So I'm here to tell you guys how. Well, the best way I believe you can join Vechain. So to join Vechain as a builder, as a newcomer, I think the best way you can go is to join the Vechain General Grant Program. It's the program we created to support builders. We give to support their to support them to turn their idea into a real project. Also, if you want to make real impact to the Vechain community or the ecosystem, I would encourage you to to join the Vechain Improvement Proposal Program. So in that program, you're going to formalize your idea into a standard and sticking the Vechain ecosystem. I really look at the standards and think, wow, this is such a great thing created by you guys. And if people are doing the same kind of thing, they were, if it is become a VIP, so the standard will, we already, the whole community reached a consensus on the standards, and people are doing the same thing, following the standards. So yeah, it's great. So I'm gonna skip that. You already know that. So anyone who is interested in my story, just come to me and I'm happy to share more during the hackathon. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about this Vechain general grant program. As I said, it is designed to support builders, support newcomers, new devs in the community. And I think it covers a wide range of topics. We support people to build the apps, to build tours, infrastructures. I think there's a small table on the right. So these are the projects we have sponsored. As you can see, the projects can do various kind of things. So don't worry, like say, okay, this thing is maybe Vechain is not interested. Just come to us, and as long as it creates values in our ecosystem, we will sponsor that. Of course, you will have think through the whole project, have a plan for how to build this project, but I will talk about later. So for each project, the grant program is you can get up to like 13 grand from 30,000 USD from this grant program. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is how we are running this program. So first of all, we are running this program very transparently. So everything is on GitHub. So if you scan the QR code at the corner, it actually goes to the GitHub of the grant program page. So you will see everything. You will see the application there. You will see the interaction between the applicants and the team running the grant. Also, you will see the decisions there. So, and also people will have to, the successful applicants will have to submit their deliverables on GitHub to unlock the fund for the next stage for their projects. Also, the grant program is, I think, in my opinion, is running efficiently. So as you can see, we will review like a new applications once a month. So you won't expect a big delay or like a silence from the program. So as long as you give us all these required information, your application will be considered like eligible for review, and we will run. We will look at the new application once a month and make decisions right away. So the decisions are made by a 5-man grant committee. So the committee consists of like 2 guys from the core dev team. It's me and another like engineer from the blockchain dev team. And also we have 2 CEOs from our community projects. So one is from Safe Haven, the other is from Hackathon. They are pretty successful community projects right in the Vechain ecosystem. And the last guy is from the Vechain Foundation BD team. So yeah, so he will give like ideas whether this idea is gonna create values in the Vechain ecosystem. But we also have a very supporting operational team. So they will contact you if there's anything missing. So yeah, so you will be contacted, and you can also ask questions, and they will give suggestions about how to improve your applications. Yeah. Okay, this is, I think, the most exciting thing for you guys. So we are going to create a special track for this hackathon. So that means we are going to create, we are going to allocate like funds for 10 projects. And it's only available for this hackathon participants. So it's only for people who join this hackathon. So these projects, of course, is focused on accessibility. And it serves as a first come, first serve basis. So yeah, after this hackathon, and you guys can go to the program page and have a look at how you can apply. And in your application, you can tell us you are the hackathon participants, and your applications will be reviewed under this special track. And we will also have a very special review panel. You have Antonio, you have Bernard from the EU team, also me, and Tony is from the core dev blockchain team, and Renato is from the blockchains, from the foundation's BD team. So yeah, so some tips for you guys to in case you want to submit application. So first of all, you will have a viable business plan. Okay, so also it would be good to have a detailed development plan with multiple milestones set up. Also the clear deliverables you're gonna submit. And also the last thing, very important, is a justifiable budget. So we will look at these three things and make decisions. Okay. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is Vechain improvement proposals. Again, the QR code there, it will direct you to the VIP's GitHub page. As I said, it's the best way, the best place you can formalize your new ideas and turn it into a standards and accepted by the whole Vechain ecosystem. And I give two examples. I led a research project on the blockchain consensus in the last 2 years. And we came out of the new consensus design, and then we turned into a VIPs. Yeah, this is one example. And also the fee delegation is a very important VIP contributed by our community members. When they are doing business, they find out, why not just, create some protocols that allow the app runner to pay transactions for their users. So their users don't have to hold the tokens. So that's very useful, and actually have great ideas. They submit to VIPs, and we all accepted it's important for Vechain. And the core blockchain dev team helped them together to create this protocol, and it's running on Vechain right now. It's one of the most important feature of Vechain at the moment. So this is just two examples of the successful VIPs. As I said, you can make a great impact on the Vechain ecosystem. Also, I think the sustainability industry is, quite new, and people are exploring, various ways to doing that. And if you come up with some great ideas, it can become accessibility, standards for this industry. That's even bigger impact. So also, I think it's a very good way to be part of the community. So if you want to submit to VIPs, you will have to go to our. We have a forum where people, especially tech people, they can exchange ideas. So you will create a page on this forum, and you get feedback from the community. People, people give input, and you can iterate your ideas and then make it better and know people and be part of the tech communities. And yeah. So, okay, this is a graph for how a VIP gonna process. So there are multiple stages. So the first stage is idea. You have this idea, right? So then you think it's great. You make a draft and you make a PR on the GitHub page. And then you also, as I said, you also create a post on the forum. So you invite people to have a look at your ideas, to invite them to discuss, ask questions, and then you refine your ideas, and then finally turn into something working, something without the major floors. And then we will have our we will have reviewers or we'll have VIP reviewers there. These people are coming from the blockchain core dev team, these people from the Antonio's team. Also, you also have these senior engineers in the tech people in the community, and they will have a look at your VIPs to draft. And if they support your ideas, they're gonna vote for your ideas. If you got enough support from these tech people, senior tech peoples, and your VIP will be merged or accepted as a draft on the GitHub page. At this stage, we give you a bonus. So we recently revamped the whole process for the VIP and to incentivize people to submit new ideas, submit new VIPs. So we give a bonus. So I believe if your VIP can be accepted as a draft on the GitHub page, you will be given like $2,000 worth of that. That's as a bonus. So once your VIP become a formal draft on the and then it will goes into a formal review process. I'm not gonna go through all of these. So there will be a working group set up from the VIP reviewers, and we'll have discussions about this, and interact with the applicants and refine the ideas and make decisions whether it's going to be rejected or stagnant or accepted, or and once it's accepted, if it is related to the low-level protocol, our core dev blockchain team will be working with the applicants to turn into the codes, and then we're going to release it in our for the blockchain clients. Okay, that is all.
Oh, thank you, Peter. And that was a brilliant presentation. And thank you to all of our presenters. And I just wanted to emphasize, actually, I started this the opening ceremony by saying that the Vechain team are really looking forward to seeing you continue your projects afterwards, and are there most importantly to support. And this is a great example of it. So in addition, of course, to the $46,000 in hackathon prize money, this is something which is very, very, very special, right? This is a special track, even in addition to the $46,000 in prize money, that is there to support you after the hackathon. So that if you win a prize, or even if you don't win a prize at the hackathon, if you really are working on afterwards, you want to take it to the next level afterwards, and you show the team that you want and you are willing, and most importantly, are able to continue building. This is something which is very, very special, right? And you can do the maths on 10 projects and the grants that are available there. Genuinely, this is something which, I want to see everybody personally applying to. If I were a student, if I were an engineer, if I were a builder, a couple of years ago, building out EasyA for the first time, this is something that I would be looking at immediately. So definitely take note. I see a couple of people taking pictures already, and come and find the team who have been put together especially for you as hackathon participants to be able to talk about it. So on that note, there are two things which are going to happen next. Number one, lunch is going to be ready in about half an hour to an hour. Number two, we're going to have workshops for the rest of the day. So they're going to happen in this room. We have some very special workshop presenters who are the people behind these products that you're going to be using. So make sure that you come to these workshops and see how you can actually use them. And second of all, we're going to actually also have a team building session. So after the end of this opening ceremony, if you find me just in the back outside of here, outside of this lecture hall, we'll be able to do a team building session for anybody who doesn't have a team yet and is looking for team members. So on that note, I wanted to say another final thank you to the Vechain team, and also to Bernard from BCG for coming with us this weekend. It's going to be one hell of a time, and I'll see you in about 24 hours when we do the pitches and the pitchathon and final Shark Tank as well. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Good luck. You all have anything coming up soon, right?
It sounds like you're gonna be so.
Yeah, you can. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's probably.
Certain point in time when it ran, but a certain point in time.
Well, I'm gonna end up competing. Basically, so until
Hey. Oh, thank you. Okay. 5 years ago now. Yeah. On the ground. Well, there's strong. But then we have like back so most of people yeah, it is. Yeah, thank you. That's like what most people goes to say. It's web 2 right now. Obviously the content's web 3, but we built it just bring it to the same place. Yeah, so our team did it. Yeah. And it was the but I'm not so that's like one of the like the pretty good. And I think pretty good at that. So
Could you find us one? Nice.
Oh, exactly. Regulations. Actually, almost. Working is not the same. I feel like it's short. Yeah. Here in I like that. I don't know if you know. Like various numbers. Okay. You know something? And then started. Because also you were the one like the one asked you to say everything. No. I mean, when you become older and older, then you need to, yeah. So now as a partner, as selling a project, when I sold it, then take my people. That's it. And if I'm not selling, I don't have a team. Yeah, so totally on people. And then at the beginning, you know, I build up. So yeah, AI, machine learning. A lot of people successful. Wow, because I asked. Oh yeah, like how did you? Because oftentimes it's like obviously it's not linear. You're doing something completely different. I was gonna do my own thing. I had an idea for like it's funny. Like earlier in the year, I had like when they separated. I also been like nowadays, you know, for banking out. I was for the very work. Like the fact that they actually built out a solution for like the local models on the Vechain, I have no. That's right. I got 2/3. A little bit of business knowledge to understand how to pitch. That's true. That's okay. What is the meaning when it's about yeah, those are like 80%. No, okay. That's like environmental sustainability. That's why I was very interested in it. I understand that sometimes some people go, oh, that's really low on other things. Oh, okay. Why not? Yes, or why not? You know, so this is like always motivated all the time I get to go there. It's basically like just a hop on the bus. It's like nothing. It's like New York's not a hell of a lot. Here, but like you go out there and like we're here and walking around. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing like you think there's stuff going on like the epicenter of knowledge, but you know, it's what it is. Yeah, well, it was a lot of exercises. Low speed. I was actually doing training and I said, all the rest. I was staying at the W downtown. But yeah, I was staying there. good foundation.
And that was the issue.
This is what I learned in university. Figure stuff.
Okay. Did you say that? No, thank you.
I hope I didn't hurt any.
No. I mean, I'm still second year, so I have time to change and modify things. So would you say that having?
Yeah, you're gonna say high standards, right?
I'm gonna make calls. I'm gonna do something.
No, definitely, I'm taking
couple of them.
and then some of these definitely have created into the quantum computer, but.
Are you gonna stay here?
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But would you say that having more?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying, okay, so that would be should low, right? So
he's saying that the professor that has.
I was thinking like, oh, we're not going to just take here, right? I wasn't sure kind of figure.
I know that some people are like.
One of the yeah,
Are we doing right? So other people are like, you need to go there, right? More like. But those are. I mean, I want to put most of the time on one or the other, never really balance. That's what that is. Just to.
like I
It's like more, I will rather everyone's. That's what I.
The day's just 24 hours. You should prioritize. I mean, a little bit of everything. Again, about the good foundation for an integrated university.
For the most part, they want me to work. Back in different size.
Work
Yes, but I don't think I'm gonna go.
Yes.
and sustainability.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Cheap
right.
conference
That's how
as
much
well.
I was. Oh, are you gonna stay here?
Yeah, you
They-
can fly and
well,
learn.
They said they're going to go.
Conference lady.
Okay.
Or here.
Yeah.
And the fly is, we should be here in public. About that. Me, my take on that was not for not to look for young small. Having 10,000 people. When you have someone on LinkedIn, you talk to someone and you're like, yeah. People click, but nice to talk to him. You will get each other within after years. You cannot build a whole people like in 5 years. Hey, remember we sat next to each other on the dinner line.
How do you remember that?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm New York, but I'm like, don't spend too much time on this random, on people where they were like, hey, nice, but this will not belong to another link in contact.
Yeah.
You don't recognize it in like 5 years from now. We'll focus on 30, 50 people who are really close that you can call anytime. These are the people that are cheaper for them selling projects now. These are the people that are jumping in term they have hard times.
Yeah, the quality of the content.
Exactly.
Okay, I thought
it's the summary, yeah.
No.
Did
you say you had like a mentor figure while you were trying to make your own way and all that? Like, was there any person there? Oh, I had this professor. Oh, I had this person, my uncle or whatever. Okay.
You cannot. Joking around today with my sneakers and stuff, but you would have told me like 2007 when you got people starting and all that of BCG. And they told me, for instance, that is Browning balance, we have allowed to wear brown shoes or leather shoes for business. And like 16 years later, I'm going 1,000. So you cannot plan anything. You cannot also plan where you're going. It's, of course, you have to set up targets and check this where to go and where you have it. But I sometimes check it. Yeah, like a company, I want to be successful with it.
Right.
Good. Then, of course, this kind of target. Then you find a way and you line everything behind it.
Well, that's really good. I think the dynamics of it. Like you were saying, back then, years ago,
And now you guys like a different level. For that, I was wearing suits during the week and like jeans on the weekend. And now it's a little bit different because I'm getting older. So now the weekends things that do like going to the theater. So well, not theater, the opera. So
Operas, yeah,
because theater here is the cinema, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's, what is it called when people are playing? Like there's something. No, but theater's a movie, cinemas, right? Very good for movie.
Yes.
What is this place called where you have people that are acting on stage?
Yeah, like a play.
Yeah. I go to that, then
In this.
in this. So weekends you it's a little.
It must be nice, no?
Well, at least I don't have to throw away something.
That's still funny.
No, but things changes and be open. Of course, set your targets. Quality over quantity of networking.
And bring computer science.
That's basically it.
Okay. No, thank you again for the talk.
Thank you.
Pleasure again.
Have fun.
Oh, sorry. I think I missed your QR code. For the
Not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. We just had that talk about LinkedIn and all that, but.
It's a people thing.
तेरा नहीं ये कितना होगा मेरा कितने सब तो है वैसे क्या
शेअर तो कर. That's what I mean. Yeah. Oh, असं
exactly. I think you're at 250.
Yeah. So.
Exactly. I'll show you how it works. So, the great thing is that this room is kitted out with like 100K worth of equipment, so you have your choice of how you want to connect. Cool.
Yeah, the first.
Everyone's coming in. Yeah, take a seat at the front, guys. Front row seats. Oh.
It's easier than that. Than to carry such a rich, you can name those so.
Where's Lawrence?
The professor. Yeah.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy.
Yeah, or maybe half class and then morning. Yeah.
That'll be fine. Yes, sir. He's like, we can have. You are nice, yes. You're nice. I think I'm you. Just yours little worse. That is true.
Also, I prefer to use the yeah, because of the voice. Yeah.
Yeah, 11th and 12th you did ISS. Yeah, in Dubai. Yeah, we have. Yeah, everything. Good Lebanese curriculum, bro. Yeah. But my friends are at school to study. So they just the way Singapore is not your what would be US level is not the best
It's funny for a student English watch for okay, this is
what right now. Hackathon is fun. I don't know how to use this thing. But Docker is like
I hope that it comes.
Never took the notes. Thank you. That's where I like. What which unit of math? Seriously. You
Yeah. We're just announcing it. We'll get everybody in. We can probably start in a couple of minutes. I'll let you know. Yeah, of course. I think people are just filtering in after lunch.
Yeah.
Do you want anything? Do you want like a bottle of water or anything? Okay, cool.
I think we can give it a space back. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Yeah.
If it's not pronounced, that's fine. You can just give me with like data yeah, that's about it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Yes. When does everyone sound? How do you?
Okay.
I might rest. Dude, that's like so like I have to sleep.
Is that all you have? Yeah, you have. Wait for it. Yeah.
House. People will still be filtering in, but I think good to go. Yeah, go for it. Don't forget your cane. Just getting looked at. Yeah, we'll done it down. Let me know.
Does this start or?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, nice. There we go. Wow, hold on. Look at this guy, man. All good? Yeah. You can do well. Full lights on.
Hey guys. So thanks all for coming. I know that was a relatively quick lunch and we've seen a lot of teams start to come together. If you still haven't found a team, I know a couple of people were still asking, that's not a problem at all. Just come and find people after this workshop, go and chat with them. You can find some people probably around the cookies or around the water as well. But if you still haven't found a team, just come and find me. And I know a couple of people looking, so I'll be able to connect you up. But with a full belly, we've got V-World and Vineet, who is the man behind it, who's going to be presenting our first workshop. So this is going to be something which is a great primer. If you're just at the back, feel free to come down. There are a couple of seats at the front and also over here. I think, for today, we only really selected these workshops to be really centered around what you'd actually need for the hackathon. So everything that you're going to learn is going to be super tailored. And I'm super appreciative to the team who put together these slides and these workshops, especially for you. We're going to have some cool showcases of what you can do on Vechain. And in particular, we also have these people as well. Vineet, Roshan, and the rest of the team will be around to answer any questions that you have as well afterwards. But this is going to be something which is going to help you get a head start. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Vineet. Let's have a round of applause, and we'll over to you, Vineet.
Thank you. Just to check, can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Vineet Singh, and I'm a senior product manager at Vechain Foundation. Today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about V-World, which is a self-custody wallet built for Vechain. We'll touch on. No, it's okay. So we'll touch a little bit about what self-custody means, why it matters. And then probably the most important bit is when you guys are building your dApps, how do you integrate this wallet into your dApp so that people can use it? V-World is our new self-custody wallet. It's out for only 2 weeks. So if you use it and if you find some rough edges, just tell me. We'll try to fix it. It's available on Android, iOS, and as a Chrome extension as well. Okay, so why do we what is self-custody and why it matters, right? And I think with the recent crypto bust, which happened last year, I think one of the phrases that was going around on Twitter or any social media of your liking was not your keys, not your assets. And that becomes important because as operators of the network, you would want that anybody on the network can write to your blockchain. So it's a good exercise to see, if you see this grid on the x-axis, there is the operators of the network. They can be private, permissioned, or public. And similarly, users of the network, they can be internal, permissioned, and public as well. A good exercise to do is whichever blockchain network you find, or any kind of network that is built upon internet, just to figure out where in this 9 grids that network lies. So Vechain is the highlighted one, if you will. From an operators of network point of view, we are permissioned, so you have to do your KYC if you want to become a transaction validator on the network. And we are, from a users of the network point of view, we are public, so basically means anybody in the world can use the network to transact, right? So yeah, that's self-custody. So this is V-World. You can do typical things. I think if all of you are more interested in crypto, so you know what a wallet is, So I don't want to go into details about that, but yeah, you can see your token balances. You can see all of your on-chain history. You can find all the ERC20 style tokens on the Vechain blockchain as well, which not a lot of self-custody wallets do. As well as if you have an NFT, it will automatically should pop up into your NFT browser. So that's pretty much it. So now to the important bit. More or less today, every project that you will be building, the high-level architecture, if you boil down, it will turn something like this. Most of you will be building a front-end dApps, whether it's a web-based, whether it's a mobile-based application, where you will be talking to the Vechain Thor nodes. One little bit of trivia is that when you are building from a development point of view, you will need like nodes, blockchain nodes that you can interact with. Just like note down this URL main.status.vechain.org. These are the nodes that we run and manage so that you as a developer can interact with it and you don't have to worry about running your own local nodes, own local blockchain nodes, which my colleague Fabio will tell you if you want to run your own custom Vechain network, how to do that from a development point of view, if you want to think about that. So why is the wallet guy presenting here is basically whenever whichever application you build, you will need a way for the users to actually issue the transactions or prove their identity to your application. And that's where wallets, in technical terms, we call them signers. Basically, you sign all the transactions or you sign your certificate proving your identity to the application that you're trying to use. This is browser, but if you're building a mobile application, it will be a mobile app as well. Right. So this is the key thing, I think. If you are trying to connect your applications to Vechain wallets, one thing you need to know about is this Connex library, which basically manages the application to wallet interactions. It's a very simple, like we have tried to make it a very simple for you. We are also rewriting this so that it becomes even more simpler. But the only thing you need to worry about is you need to instantiate a class called connex.vendor, and then you need to tell it which Vechain network you want to connect to, mainnet or testnet. You'll probably be using testnet for development activities. And then which wallet do you want to use? We are talking today about vWorld, but vWorld is a story in evolution, as Sunny talked about. Like Vechain has been around for 7-8 years now. So in the beginning, we had the wallet series called Sync and Sync 2, which was, let's say, from a user experience point of view, they were more like developer friendly. And that's the thing that we have taken, that, in order for crypto to go mainstream, you need the user experience of the wallet to be better. So that's the thing. This is just gives you a way of, you don't want your users of your dApps to, you don't want to force them to use a particular wallet, right? So more general, the better. So here you can configure in a simple switch statement, which wallet the user is trying to connect. And based on the source, basically, you can figure out whether it's a Sync2, whether it's a vWorld extension. Just a note on vWorld extension, the way to figure out that the user has a vWorld extension wallet installed in their browser is basically we inject an object called window.vechain. So if this returns true, that means the user has actually installed the vWorld extension. And then if you figure that out, then you basically need to instantiate a class. This is a little bit tricky, but you have the code. So this is the single line that you need. So there's nothing magic behind it. For our new, the mobile apps, we use something called as Wallet Connect for integrating things. This is a little bit more trickier, but the good thing is that we are providing you the code. So if you head over to github.com Vechain Foundation/vWorld app, you will see how to connect via Wallet Connect. But also all the code snippets that I'm showing you are actually from that repo. So head over there if you want to check out the full code in detail. Just to give you a sense, I'm not lying. This is just actually like a single line of code. So this is like a typical application that you, first when you come into crypto land, you build. is basically like a tipping application, which basically says like, if you want to donate some crypto for the services that somebody is doing, just donate them. So yeah, you can, this is a simple application. So it's like, you can define like how many cups of coffee you want to buy the guy, and then you just click on the buy button. So, okay, so what does this buy button do? Simple. Okay, yes, you can see this, right? Yeah. So let's, as I said, let's see. So this is the basically the single line that you need to run, where you instantiate a new class called connects.vendor, telling which network you want to connect to and which wallet you want to use. As I said, for if you want to use, so let's see if it works. Live demos are not always kind to you, but let's see. So sync 2 should pop up here. 1 cup. Yeah, so the extension says open sync 2. This is a sync 2 wallet. You can basically see the details. If you continue, you say it's asking for 100 WET. And then if you sign the, see, so if you just input your whatever password you have, it should say thank you. So it's a very basic application, but it just tells you how you're connecting to the Sync2 wallet. Now, okay. Now let's see a demo of vWorld wallet as well. Hopefully it works. So if you click buy, it will say sign and send your transaction, and it should go on. Okay, it's too fast now. But you get an idea. So this is how you connect. Wallet Connect is a little bit more involved. So my one piece of advice when you're building dApps is that probably you should tackle Wallet Connect at the last, because from an hackathon point of view, what is more important is your ideas and not actually the, let's say, the commodity version of how do I connect wallets. Whichever wallet you are able to connect, just go ahead with that. So yeah, so that's how you connect. These are the GitHub repos. They're all open source, so you can have a look at them. And if I were you, I'll just copy paste the code, to be honest. So yeah, this is the team. 7-8 people. We 2 repos. Some of them, like I'm the only Indian guy here, but like Italians, Irish people, guy from Argentina, Messi fan, and Irish people as well. So yeah, this is the team. We have been working for now 9 months, as Antonio said, and in that time we were able to deliver this. And as I said, the mobile apps are still like new, 2 weeks into the line, and as you guys as software developer know, like in the beginning things sometimes work, sometimes don't work, but we think it's usable now, so please give it a try. And then just I want to end by having a conversation about like what does the future of self-custody wallet holds. And before we go into like future of self-custody, why is this important? Like, every technology evolves over time, and there are many forcing functions of the technology to evolve, but one of them is competition, and essentially trying to give the better experience to users. But if you will see, so this is a very nice framework. This is a British guy called Simon Wardley, and he talks about Wardley maps as a way of figuring out your strategy about how you go about building things for your business, for your apps, etc., right? In the beginning, like when the technology is very new, you call that, if you see the x-axis is the evolution. So in the beginning, everything is a Genesis state. Genesis state means that, there are probably like 5 people in the world who can figure out how to build that application. Now, as things evolve, new companies pop up, it becomes easier to build applications on different platforms that you're building on. And then you get into this stage of product/custom build. And product/custom build means that probably in the ecosystem, you'll find multiple similar things that do the same job. And then there is this competition forcing factor that forces you to evolve according to the market as well. So the reason I'm mentioning in this is because as you come up with your ideas as well,
have a think about how that will evolve over 2 years, 5 years. It's a good ideation thing to do.
Has anyone ever heard of Warley mapping? Anyone ever heard of it?
I haven't.
Yeah. I think, my humble opinion, I mean, I know about it. I know Simon. That is the most, if you want to learn something this weekend, that is the most powerful thing you can learn this weekend.
Yeah.
He's got a good video and 2 chapters on it.
Oh, yes. And
that's how you win a month. That's a tool you use to win a month.
And the good thing is that and I think he has written like 10, 12 blog posts, and they are freely available on Medium. And I think if you sit with a coffee, you can finish end to end in like couple of hours. And it's actually a good investment. And this comes from a guy who was an engineer who became a CTO, and then he could not figure out what should be the strategy of his company be for the next 5, 10, 20 years, right? Most of the times, strategy is a very like nebulous term, but so what he has done is basically trying to come up with a framework that makes sense and helps you evaluate different competing market forcing functions. So if you take that view, I think self-custody wallets are in this product stage, if you will. So as you will know, like Vechain has multiple wallets. Pretty much every every blockchain network has their own wallets. And what you will see is more and less like all these wallets will start to work on all the blockchains and not just their own native blockchains. So that's one thing that's already there. Like if you use MetaMask, you can probably use it over all the L2s and different networks as well. But the point is, you should be able to use MetaMask, WeWorld, whatever you are using. And you as a user should not have to worry about which blockchain is the underlying infrastructure where you're interacting with. Now, what does a commodity stage of self-custody wallets look like? I think the 2 main factors that are going to work towards that is account abstraction. This is more from a user friendliness point of view, where you don't have to learn about mnemonic phrases and all that kind of stuff. Like we as engineers don't realize how difficult it is to understand the key crypto derivation and mnemonic phrases and public key and private key. So it's good rule of thumb is talk to your parents. If they can figure out, then probably it's usable. And then wallet chat and / notification in a decentralized manner, right? So everything we build, I think, and I don't know about you guys, but like from my point of view, the reason I came into crypto land was decentralization, right? Everybody should be able to use the application, and there should be no one who can deny you the access to the network. Similarly, but one thing that is lacking in the industry today is how do you reach out to your customers? Like if in a crypto world, everybody is anonymous, and if something goes wrong, or if you want to provide some additional services, how do you chat with them? That's where this wallet chat / notifications. Well, notification is just one way of the bidirectional thing that is wallet chat. So these are the like near-term things that will happen in self-custody wallet land. So probably like by the next year, you will start to hear these terms more and more, and probably you are hearing now as well. If you take more like 5 to 10 year down the line approach, and then at this stage it becomes like a prediction, right? So don't hold me to it. But I think what's going to happen is that every main like platform is going to come with a self-custody wallet baked into it. And for example, if you use Brave as a browser, it has a self-custody wallet built into it. So every piece of every piece of like product, so whether it's your fridge, whether it's your car, it's going to have a self-custody wallet, and then they can do whatever they want to do depending upon the use case that you're trying to build. So yeah, so that's the future, at least from our point of view. And then next, I'm just going to hand it over to my colleague Fabio, who's probably going to talk to you about things around smart contract development. How do you build on Vechain? Because I think you guys will need to write some smart contracts, or you can use Vorj, which Roshin will talk about. So thank you for your time, and Fabio will take over. Okay.
WALEY mapping. If you go to Google Word mapping,
Can you hear me? Okay. So hi everybody, I'm Fabio Rigamonti, software engineer at Vechain. So today on the other sessions, we learned what Vechain is, what you can do with Vechain. And now we are finally going to get our hands dirty and take a look at the development resources that you can use to deploy smart contracts on the Vechain network. So a little bit about myself first. I studied aerospace engineering for my bachelor degree in Milan, where I'm actually based. And then I moved to the UK for my master degree in space engineering in Guildford. After that, I worked for over 2 years in a big consulting firm where I had the opportunity to work as a software engineer and specializing in blockchain. And nearly 1 year ago, I joined Vechain as a software engineer. So this is today's agenda. As I said before, we are going to take a look at the development resources, so the tools that are available at the moment to deploy smart contracts on the Vechain network. So the first one that we're going to study is Hardhat, which is a popular IDE. The second one is Remix, which is a web application that we're going to have a demo on it. And finally, we're going to talk a little bit about EVM compatibility with the specific focus on OpenZeppelin. So let's get started. I don't know if you are already familiar with Hardhat, but Hardhat is a development environment for Ethereum software. And not only that, with Hardhat, you can edit, compile, debug, and deploy smart contracts and decentralized applications. Hardhat consists of plugins. So in order to use Hardhat for developing on the Vechain network, you need to install the Vechain plugin that supports the two most used libraries, which are Ethers.js and Web3.js. These libraries are equivalent. It means that you can have the same output with both of them. So you can choose one based on your personal preferences, on your experience, and also on the requirements of the project that you're building. So let's have a demo. This is the official Vechain documentation. You can find it on docs.vechain.org. If you go under development resources, frameworks and IDs, you can find Hardhat and Vechain. And this is divided into two sections. The first one is Ethers and the second one is Web3. So let's start with the first one. The prerequisites are the same for all the demos we're having today. So these are Git, NPM, and TypeScript. If you look at our GitHub account, you see that we use TypeScript a lot. There are two options here. The first one is to start with the example that is already working, and we set that up for you. And the second one is to start from a blank project or integrate Vechain directly to your repository. So for the first option, you just need to clone our repository. It is called the Hardhat plugin sample ethers, and you can find it on our Vechain Foundation GitHub account. Then you need to cd into the repository and run the command npm install in order to install the required node modules. The second option, if you're starting from scratch, is to install free libraries. These are Web3 providers Connex, Hardhat Vechain, and Hardhat Ethers. There is also one thing you need to do, which is to change the Hardhat configuration, but we're going to see it in a minute. Then the second thing you need to do is have a node, because of course, if you want to deploy a smart contract, you need to have a node running on your local machine. So let's see how to do it. So you need to go to the Tor Vechain official GitHub page. And here you can see a small tutorial on how to do that. So the requirements are Go and C. Now, the first thing is that you need to clone the repository. Then you want to cd into the repository. And finally, run the make or make all command. So now there are two options to run the node. The first one is to use the bintor command. And the second option is to use Docker, which you can find here. So for this demo, I'm going to use the bintor command, but they're equivalent. I usually use Docker if I want to use the official mainnet or testnet. Back to the documentation, we can see that if we want to run the test, we need to run the npx hard hat test, and also make sure you specify Vechain as the network. Let's go to Visual Studio. So first of all, we need to run the node. So this is the command we saw in the documentation. You can add optional parameters. So for example, in this case, I'm saying that the API address is this one, working on port 8669. Then I'm setting the gas limit, the maximum number of API calls we can perform, the transaction pool limit, the transaction pool limit per account, and also the verbosity. Verbosity 9 is high, so it means that we want the logs to be with as much details as possible. So let's launch the command. If you see a log like this, it means that it's working. Otherwise, you'll get an error, of course. Then let's move to the ethers repository. So in here, you can find the smart contract under the contracts folder. This is written in Solidity. So we have the license at the beginning, then we have the version of Solidity, and we have the contract itself. So we are declaring a variable called number. We are also declaring an event and two functions, one for storing the number and one for retrieving that number. Then we have the test file, which is located under the test folder. This is written in TypeScript, and it has a series of tests that we are performing in order to make sure that RDAT is compatible with Vechain. So what we are doing is making sure that everything is set up as expected, so that the default value should be 0. Then we want to make sure that store and retrieve is working. We're checking that the event is running, and also that errors are occurring when expected. So we just need to launch this command that we saw in the documentation. Should be fast. We only take a few seconds. With this command, we can see the tests that are passing, the tests that are failing, and also the time taken for each test. So for example, the first test, which is this one, took nearly 10 seconds to complete. Okay, so we just demonstrated that we can use RDAT for deploying and interacting with smart contracts on the Vechain network. If you're starting from scratch, there is only one little modification you need to do. So inside the repository, you will find the rdat.config.ts file. This is probably the most important file in your repository because it has all the settings that are used by RDAT. And here we need to add this part here. So we are saying that we want to use the Vechain network. The URL is pointing to the node that is running at this moment on our local machine. So at port 8669, and we also have an account which we can use for testing. So this was our first demo, and now we're going to have the same demo, but for Web3. So prerequisites, of course, are the same. And again, you have two options. So to start with an example or start from scratch. If you want to start with the example, you can just clone the repository that is called RDAT plugin sample web3, cd into the repository and run the npm install command. Otherwise, if you start from scratch, you just need to install 3 libraries, which are the same as before. The only one which is different is the last one. So we want to use RDAT web3 instead of RDAT ethers. And then, of course, we need to have our node running on the local machine. And again, the command that we need to run is the same. So let's see it. This is the repository. So the contract is the same as before, and also the test file. Let's run the command. Again, if you start from scratch, make sure that under the rdat.config.ts file, you add the Vechain configuration under networks. So all the tests are passing. So we showed you that you can use Web3 to deploy smart contracts on the Vechain network for rdat. So this was our first tool. Now let's get back to the presentation. The second tool that you can use is Remix. So Remix is an IDE, so no setup tool with a graphical user interface that you can use for developing smart contracts. The IDE comes in different flavors, so you can have it as a web application, as a desktop application, or even as a Visual Studio Code extension. If you want to use Remix to deploy smart contracts on the Vechain network, you need to install the Vechain plugin, which we're doing in a moment. And this is basically a proxy, a TOS RESTful API to Ether's JSON RPC. So in order to access Remix, in particular the web application, you need to go to remix.ethereum.org. The first thing that you need to do is, of course, write it in smart contract. And again, this is still the same contract as before. This is probably the most basic contract you can find out there. Then, if you go to the documentation, this time under development resources, frameworks and IDs, you can find Vechain and Remix. Here is a tutorial on how to integrate Vechain into Remix. So first of all, we need to clone the GitHub repository called Remix Proxy, and then we have to install the required dependencies. Now, this is the setup config. Is the exam same before as the exam as before, but it's already inside the repository, so you don't have to do anything. The only thing you need to do is to launch it by running the node index.zip command. So here. This is the command. If you get an error, 99% is because you don't have the node running on your local machine. So make sure that you have the node running. And if it's working, you get this log. So it is saying that Web3 Providers Connex is listening on port 8545, which is the default one. Now let's go back to Remix. The last thing we need to do is to go under deploy and run transactions. So here under environment, you should see Remix virtual machine as default, and we want to change it to use custom external HTTP provider. If we click on it, a pop-up will appear. This is the external HTTP provider window, and on here we need to change the external HTTP provider endpoint. So this is the default one, and is also the one we are using, so you don't have to do anything. The specified port is 8545, which is the default one. So you can just click OK. And now you can use Remix as usual. So first of all, we want to compile our smart contract. So you can go to the Solidity compiler section here and click on compile your smart contract. Then after you compile it, you can deploy it. Here at the bottom, as you can see, you see all the logs of what is happening. So for every transaction you perform, you'll see information about it. So here is our contract that has been deployed. If you want to interact with it, you can go back to the running transactions, and under deployed contracts, you click on the contract and you can interact with it. So for example, let's say that we want to store a number, I don't know, 12. You click on store. You see the transaction went through, and now we click retrieve. And we see that we get 12, which is the number that we stored. So this is Remix. So you write the smart contract, you compile it, and After that, at the end, you can interact with it. If you want to, if you compile multiple smart contracts, one after another, and you want to interact with the smart contract that you previously deployed, all you need to do is once insert the address here at address, and you will be able to interact with it without redeploying it to save time. Then the last tool you can use is OpenZeppelin. So OpenZeppelin is the most popular open source library for writing smart contracts in Solidity. And it provides a set of modular and secure building blocks that you can just copy and paste and use to speed up the process of developing your applications. So these building blocks are already tested and safe, so you can use them. And in addition, OpenZeppelin provides us with a set of tools that can be used for testing and deploying smart contracts. Now let's talk about EVM compatibility. So OpenZeppelin is nearly 100% compatible for Vechain with a few exceptions. So let's take a look at these exceptions. If you go back to the official documentation, at the top, under core concepts, you can find EVM compatibility. And here you have Vechain modification. So Vechain, as written here, is a modified hard fork of Ethereum. You can also see the version and the Solidity compiler version. But of course, Vechain is not the same as Ethereum. There are some modifications. So the first one is that, for example, we have a 2-token design. So if you want to pay gas fees, you need to use another token, which is Vitor. Another modification is that you can have the fee delegation feature, and there are also some modification on the transactions. So if you are curious and you want to know more about these differences, here you can read the pages. Now, what are the differences in details between Vechain and Ethereum? If we go to test coverage, you can see a list on a table of all the tests that were performed and see which one are failing and which are passing. And you also have a descriptions on why are failing. If you don't believe the documentation and you want to test this by yourself, you can go to how to recreate. So I'm not going to show you this because I don't think it will add any value to the presentation, but it's very simple. So you just need to clone the OpenZeppelin contracts repository on the OpenZeppelin account. Then you want to install 3 Vechain libraries. And by the way, these are the same that we used before. And then if you go to hardhat.config.js, which is the same file we used before, you just need to add these 2 lines at the beginning. And under network settings, you also need to add the Vechain configuration. This is the exact as before, but we are just using the delegation. It's not required, but if you want to use it, you can. And then you have to launch the npx hardhat test, specifying the Vechain as a network. If you just use this command, it will perform all the tests. Otherwise, if you add a specific test at the end, only that test will be run. And so with this, you will get the same results as the one shown here on the table. So to summarize, these are the tools that you can use to deploy and interact with the smart contracts on the Vechain network. So you can use Hardhat, have an IDE, Remix. If you don't want to use Visual Studio, for example, this is a great alternative. And also OpenZeppelin if you want to speed up the development process. There is also another tool, which is Foundry, but we don't support it at the moment, but we will probably do in the future. And the last thing I want to say is that we're working on a new SDK. We're writing it from scratch, and it will be amazing. So I'm sure you'll love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate the need and also Fabio sharing a little bit more about those tools that you can use. Hands up if you did the Vechain challenges in the EasyA app before you came. Most of you. Okay, cool. So in developing those challenges, we actually used, I'll tell you, because you might be interested to see what tools we preferred using. Personally, obviously, you can use any of them. But we used Remix just because it's very fast to use. And so I can see it up on a couple of your laptops at the moment. Great tool. No, it might be easier for you to use, especially for a hackathon, versus using maybe Hardhat, which might require a little bit more setup, especially, if you just want a browser installation, you can easily copy paste between different people's browsers as well. Obviously, you'll put everything into a Git repository later, but very, very easy to use. Open Zeppelin as well, because it's just battle tested. And then the third thing that I can really vouch for is Fabio mentioned that, it's pretty much anything that you can do that you've done previously in Ethereum, or any of your knowledge will translate over into Vechain. That's 100% true. Our engineering team had tried it. I tried it myself just to check it out, and it's 100% true. The only thing that I would say you need to watch out for that might stumble you is, Fabio mentioned it, and it's that there's the 2-token design. So of course, you've done the challenges in the EasyA app. You already know this, but that's the only, I guess, real difference that I would say would change the way that you're developing, but it's not really much of a change. You just need to make sure that you have a separate token that you're using to pay for the gas fees, and then VET is there because you want to use it as some form of transfer of value. So just my 2 cents in case you're interested. So in a couple of minutes, I think we'll roll straight into Marina's talk afterwards. Just give us a minute or two to get Marina hooked up to the projector. So feel free to take a quick break, summarize or discuss with the person sitting next to you about what they just did. And I do actually want to run one exercise that we've run previously that I will do just in order so that you can make those connections. So I want you to turn to the person sitting next to you, and I'm going to just ask 1 or 2 people after this, just before Marina's talk, to share with me something that they learned about the person sitting next to them. Because at the end of the day, coming to a hackathon, it's all about making those connections and also learning new things. So after this, a couple of teams, I won't pick on anybody. You can raise your hand, but you can give me something that you learned about the person sitting next to you. You might already know them, you might not, but give me something new. Thanks, guys. What they love about their bot. Okay, hey everyone. So we're returning, and the slides will be coming up in just a minute. Hey everyone, cool. So we're returning. Any volunteers for what they learned about the person sitting next to them? Volunteers. Okay, you over there. He has a master's. Great. Okay, cool. Master's in what? Did you get that? Oh yeah, computer science, man. Gigabrains here. Okay, and I said that there will be 1 second person as well. Who's going to be the second person to volunteer what they learned about the person sitting next to them? Yeah. He's a freshman. Cool. Awesome. Anybody else want to go? I see there might have been one other hand that went up. Otherwise, we'll roll straight into the next talk. Yeah. Okay, you wanted to go. Also a freshman. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, that's one thing that I really love to see is that we've got freshmen. We've also got, a huge number of people who are like coming back, doing their masters. But yeah, okay, fine. Final one. Dentist. Awesome. Cool. So people from a wide variety of different fields. But without any further ado, I'll hand over to Marina. So we'll have a round of applause, and over to you, Marina.
Thank you so much. So I already introduced myself this morning, but once again, I'm Marina. I work on the business development team. And this topic is close to my heart because we worked on it for quite a while with the BCG team. The goal of this presentation is to give an overview of our most recent white paper. The title was also introduced by Sunny this morning, Web3 for Better. What are you going to get out of this? Not only the overview of the white paper itself that you can download through the QR code up here, but also understand what the most pressing sustainability challenges are nowadays. We've conducted an analysis with BCG experts, so that might be of use when you choose what your specific application is going to tackle. And also how Web3 can be leveraged for sustainability specifically. Once again, in both tracks, this is going to be useful in order to understand what features and tools you're going to want to leverage from the Web3 space in order to have the most impact on sustainability. So obviously, this is our mission statement. We're lowering the barrier for blockchain adoption. We're trying to get all users, regardless of background, to play with blockchain technology, with crypto, and specifically with the aim on enhancing sustainable initiatives. Vechain Thor has been positioned itself as a sustainable infrastructure, but we wanted to go even farther than that and utilize the sustainable infrastructure itself in order to promote and enhance sustainability action from everyday users. This is not a new notion. Since the start of the project, there's always been a focus on the major challenge at the moment. So at the very start of the project itself, Vechain focused on understanding what blockchain technology was, how it could actually be leveraged, how it was constructed in order to then understand the potential applications. Then in 2019, we started to understand, okay, how can we actually utilize blockchain technology, crypto, for enterprises? Because that was the most pressing challenge at the time identified by Vechain. So there were a lot of tech features that were developed for an enterprise application. And now with this white paper, we're introducing the new most pressing challenge while building on top of enterprise adoption, and that's sustainability that regards us all from Web 2 to Web 3 users. So our goal is to multiply individual impact to unleash our collective potential for sustainability. Once again, it's just an evolution in our journey at Vechain, and really understanding together how we can leverage blockchain for different uses. And you're part of that journey now. What you're building today and over the course of the weekend is going to heavily contribute to how we envision the utilization of blockchain and crypto for sustainability. So what does sustainability mean? Sustainability is inherently difficult to tackle because, contrary to popular belief, it's not necessarily just tied to environmental issues. When you see in media, it's generally restricted just to environmental and social dimensions. And so the definition that you see up here is the definition that we've considered in the white paper in the context of our analysis. As you may see, it's a multi-dimensional issue that therefore has to be tackled with quite a complex array of tools and strategies. It not only encompasses environmental issues, which also has subcomponents, but we also have social conditions, labor conditions, business model and innovation, and then leadership and governance. And that's just one of the many possible definitions of sustainability. That's just the one that BCG and ourselves have picked in the context of this analysis, but there are many. So obviously the considerations that we have taken as Vechain, but also when you're building out your dApps, there's so many different spheres that you can have an impact on. It's up to you to choose which one to begin with, and then how you can spread that impact across all the realms that are related to sustainability beyond just the environment. So how can Vechain contribute to the complex challenge of sustainability and yourselves as well? We began answering that question by analyzing the most pressing sustainability challenges across industries. While a bit confusing at first impact, this green map really tries to paint a picture of the most pressing sustainability challenges. And long story short, the deeper the green, the more pressing the challenge. So for example, in fashion manufacturing, if you have to take one of the columns, obviously labor conditions are one of the most pressing issues at the time. And that helps us as Vechain understand what the most pressing challenge is, and therefore what use cases we're going to privilege moving forward, what types of projects we want to build out, and therefore what kind of features we also need to support us in that mission. Why is this relevant for you? When building out the DApp, for example, you can also refer to this green map in order to inform what realm would be the most relevant from a market perspective, but also from a sustainability perspective. My indication would therefore be to start to analyze in the darker green regions where you can find an opportunity for a sustainability related DApp. One of the main takeaways of this green map is that you can see that the challenges and the pressing challenges spread horizontally. So a same goal sustainability challenge is common to multiple industries. Due to that fact, it means that every single industry has to collaborate together in order to tackle a specific sustainability challenge. If one industry acts alone, there's no way we can actually make a difference. If we take the example of the production of a tote, from the farm, the logistics company, the brands, the retailers, the consumer, everyone takes their part in how sustainable the supply chain is. We've already noticed a shift in supply chains from linear to circular. But nowadays, it's still sequential, and each one of these actors makes a huge difference on the impact of a single product, on the environmental and social impact as well. It's therefore our responsibility in each of these steps to act sustainably in order for the production of the tote in this example to be as sustainable as possible itself. Nowadays, as we're moving even beyond circular economies, there's new ways of interactions that we have to take into consideration, especially when it comes to the world of crypto. A logistics company might be able to be directly in touch with the consumer. And it's no longer necessarily a sequential relationship between all these actors. So necessarily, we're going to have to find new solutions in order to adapt to these new interaction mechanisms, and therefore in the contribution of each of these actors in the sustainability journey. The linear to circular model has a huge impact, and by itself, it creates ecosystems by themselves. Within an ecosystem, each actor has an impact on the sustainability journey. But we went beyond that. We are moving beyond just an ecosystem mindset. We're thinking bigger, being interconnected with the platform infrastructure. They're all interconnected, and we can talk about what we have called the blockchain biosphere for sustainability. Basically, each of these ecosystems that you see up here is sustainability driven, answers a specific sustainability or business need, and fights alone to answer the specific needs that we've identified within the sustainability matrix. Without going too conceptual or theoretical, it's just what is the challenge that I'm actually answering within my ecosystem? And we're naturally trying to spread that impact, because naturally being interconnected with the applications, the blockchain infrastructure itself, they're all interconnected. So I'm not acting alone within my own ecosystem with my own mission. I'm actually spreading that impact beyond the ecosystem itself and multiplying the effects for sustainability. Moving on to how Web3 can specifically help tackle the sustainability challenge. We're deeply convinced at Vechain, but also in the context of the white paper, that Web3 is actually the only way that we can move forward in our fight for sustainability. Nowadays, we only rely on fiat, which merely represents the economic value of a product, if we want to remain with the example that we chose previously. With a crypto token, you're able to encompass so much more than just the economic value. And we're moving more and more towards that. Once again, this will be important in the context of a sustainability dApp, because you're going to rely on tokens, and this will help also contextualize how you can leverage this token for sustainability and to enhance the value of your token and of your sustainability dApp as a whole. If you take, for example, a tote, once again, nowadays, it only is down to its cost of production. The price that we actually see on the tag only comes down to that. But moving forward, if we talk about a token, a digital product passport, if we think of all the different features that Web3 has to offer, we're able to encompass so much more of the product itself. Nowadays, we can't look at a tote or any product that we see as a mere price. We need to consider so much more. We need to consider the emissions that were the water that has been used in the production process. All the supply chains and supply chain decisions that have been taken must be taken into consideration to understand the value of that product. Web3 enables, therefore, to do just that, not only through the token, but also by attributing it a digital identity, also utilizing fidgetals. Fidgetals are just a mere connection between the object itself and its digital identity, using, for the moment, IoT, but it definitely can move forward from that. So Web3 offers a wide array of resource, and in the context of the projects that you'll be working on today are extremely relevant because they open up a whole new gateway to understand what value means within not only a supply chain, but a product itself, and understanding what its impact on our environment and our society is. Once again, if we look at the example of the tote, it's only down to the cost of production. Whereas if we give it a digital identity, if we give it a digital passport, we're able to register within the context of this digital passport a series of information like the production process, ownership that enhances its value, and that not only enhances its value itself, but enables it to circulate throughout society, because you've enhanced that value and then tokenized it. We've talked about Phygital, just a little example of what we did this past year. We're deeply involved in the world of tennis, and we Phygitalized the first Phygital trophy ever in the occasion of the Internazionale d'Italia in Rome this past May. What we did is through a simple chip, we enabled to create a digital identity to this trophy. This was a mere symbol for us. It was just utilizing an iconic, obviously, piece of the tennis world to represent what Phygital means nowadays and the potential that it can have, not only in our daily life, but specifically on sustainability. If you create a digital identity to any specific type of product, you have access to all its information. So here, for example, it was all the information on the trophy. And then you're able to transfer the value to reflect its authenticity. And there's a whole new value unlocked that for sustainability is huge. We can imagine that anything related to sustainability, such as sustainability related products, are also Phygitalized. Nowadays, once again, we're relying on IoT, but in the future, we could be thinking about sensors, for example, that create that Phygital connection. So create a connection between the physical world and the digital world. Here in the context of sports, obviously it has a high value in terms of authentication for memorabilia. It creates unique and engaging experience. In the context of the second track, for example, this can be very interesting because it has a deep impact in terms of consumer engagement, in terms of loyalty. This opens up a whole new gateway that nowadays is quite limited when looking at fashion and luxury, but not only in any customer-facing industry. But once again, I want us to always think in terms of phygitals, not only on the business applications and the business needs, but really what that means for our future in sustainability. In the white paper, we explore a few ecosystem concepts, which might result quite useful to you as you start ideating your own projects today and tomorrow. We decided to go into specific concepts, so not necessarily projects that we're going to carry out tomorrow morning, but just to get the point across on the potential impact that this technology can have on sustainability. So here we're proposing a sustainable second life for fashion and luxury. Nowadays, if you look at the secondhand market, a lot of the there are very few players actually who work in the luxury industry, because very few of them can actually guarantee the authenticity of a luxury product. Only a couple are playing in that space. And when they do, there's a few logistical and cost implications that come with that. Not only does it have to go through an authentication process, so for example, sending in that product into a verification center, you need to have the resources in order to verify the authenticity of that product. So that has a logistical cost and an actual financial cost as well. For the end user, that also means a time cost. They're just taking longer to get that product. So we were thinking, if we tag a product from the manufacturing phase, which a lot of these platforms already have some connections with brands, during the manufacturing process, we place a tag, which again, this sphere is constantly evolving, and then this product's life cycle from manufacturing, then to the primary market, and then throughout the secondhand resale. We're really following the whole product's journey from manufacturer to even second, third, fourth user. So not only you're promoting people to invest in the sustainable, in a sustainable secondhand marketplace, but you're also enabling brands to have insight into that secondary market. Nowadays, they only have insight into the primary market. What about if they have insight into everyone who's maybe can't afford their products in the primary market? It opens up, again, a whole new world to them that nowadays they don't have insight on. Another point that we'd love for you to reflect on is gamification and how we can incorporate that into a sustainability DAP or even within the fashion and luxury problem statement. How can we make this an engaging experience for the user? Once again, to onboard Web2 users, we have to attract them and keep them engaged. This will be of value not only for the final consumer, but also for brands themselves, if we're thinking about the second BCG track. So let's reflect on the various mechanisms that can keep a user engaged, what that means from a user standpoint, and actually the mechanics behind it. To get also an idea of what we've worked up until now, even before the publication of the white paper 3.0, we already were playing with the idea of sustainability driven applications. And so I'd love to go over a few of them, just once again to get you to understand what we've been doing so far and how maybe that can impact your potential projects. So we've had over 300 enterprise partners with our affiliates. So once again, just to prove that Vechain is quite enterprise grade and ready to have enterprise applications. One of the most interesting applications that we've had so far, if you think about leveraging Web3 for sustainability, is the case that we've worked on with BYD. Basically, based on your driving behavior, you would get rewarded whether or not you were more or less sustainable in your driving. And then the tokens that you were rewarded could be then spent in specific dedicated markets. That was an interesting concept because other than just testing it through a particular use case, we can actually see the potential of creating virtual cycles of impact. The more sustainably I act, the more tokens I earn, and then I can direct how I'm gonna get my users to respend those tokens to generate even more sustainable behaviors. So for example, spending them only in organic markets or sustainability driven initiatives, socially or whatever it is. That was an interesting one because it once again represents this notion of an ecosystem that not only answers a specific business and sustainability need, but amplifies that impact even further. If we look at Walmart, this was a traceability solution. So once again, understand this is actually still an ongoing use case. And so tracing products throughout their product lifecycle and supply chain, we're able to guarantee that products are being traced, that all the components that have been inserted within the supply chain, and then follow them for an end user experience that is actually very transparent and seamless. Once again, my story was a use case that was done in collaboration with DNV. And that was also in terms of promoting traceability and access to consumers about specific products. So for example, a wine producer could insert a variety of information on the production of their wines. For example, what type of terrain that they were cultivated on, the type of land, the worker condition, any information that was relevant and that therefore added value to the product itself could be not only inserted, but then verified and given to the user themselves in order to really get an information on the product itself. So now, again, the enhancement of value. The piece missing here is obviously tokenization, because you can build on top of that because that information is so valuable. EasyA was also a great project because they were utilizing fishermen, ancient fishermen, in order to promote ocean plastic collection. Then they registered all the plastic collection on the blockchain, and then rewarded not only the collectors, but also traced how the plastic was then repurposed in future chains. So here for you is our ending statement and what I think you can take with you as you're building out your sustainability DApp. It's multiply individual impact to unleash our collective potential for sustainability. How does each and every one of us fit into this bigger and broader sustainability vision? How can we be compensated in order to fulfill that bigger goal that we all have? Nowadays, only fulfilling business needs no longer is enough. And so we're really excited to hear all your different projects and how you can help us and get our ideas shared together throughout these 2 days in order to understand how we can work together and potentially advance the sustainability journey altogether. So thank you. And if you want to follow us on our journey beyond those 2 days, please follow us on X and LinkedIn to understand how we're applying and furthering our advancement of Web3 for sustainability. And yeah, good luck to everyone on your projects.
Yeah, thank you, Marina, for walking us through the bigger picture. You know, as an engineer, I find it so easy to get stuck into just the code, right? And we're talking about Remix, and we're talking about Solidity, we're talking about Open Zeppelin. You know, this is stuff that we need to know, of course, but I think it's the big picture that actually presents, particularly Vechain, as being one of those, something that's really stands out, right? I think when we look at something like DeFi, when we look at these different applications, there are good use cases for them, but something like this really just ties it into the real world and it makes it something that's very, very real. So I know that I was talking with a couple of you earlier, some of you are building things in sustainability, some of you are thinking of actually building, well, some of you have already been building your own projects as well. I was hearing some about you know, adding green tokens, for example, onto incentivizing drivers. So these things are all super, super useful. So if you haven't already, make sure you get Marina's ideas as well, because she has so much to share. So our next presenter is going to be Vechain, who will come on to in a minute. And she'll be walking us through a little bit more about how you use Vorge. Vorge is something that I played around quite a lot with, and I was really surprised actually at how fast it was and how easy it was to actually deploy my own smart contract. So ERC20s, ERC721s, right onto Vechain Thor, pretty much instantly. So Vechain, over to you. Yeah, you get a look on my
Hi, can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm just making sure this is working. There we go. So, hi everybody, my name is Vechain. I'm a software engineer working in Vechain. I joined the foundation last year, and since I joined, I've been working on Vorge. So I'm really excited to introduce it to you today. I know some of you have seen it doing the EasyA exercises, but I'll explain more about it today. Prior to joining Vechain, I worked in Accenture for a year. And prior to that, I did a master's in electronic engineering. So that's my background prior to getting into blockchain. I really have enjoyed working on Vorge for the last year. So there's a great team of us in Dublin and Italy as well that have been working on it. So I hope by the end of this presentation, I'll be able to show you the value Vorge can offer. And hopefully, if you guys aren't, some of you aren't most technical, you'll be able to interact with Web3 and utilize the benefits of blockchain. So start off with, what is Vorge? Well, Vorge is a no-code Web3 as a service platform that makes it easy for anyone to interact with smart contracts, deploy them, and create them on Vechain Thor network blockchain. So Vorge bridges the gap between Web 2 and Web 3 by almost entirely abstracting away the blockchain development process, opening up Web 3 building to the masses, regardless of technical expertise. Vorge is user-friendly. It combines the familiar Web 2 user experience with the ability to create Web 3 digital assets in just a few clicks via the UI. With Vorge, we want to invite the average Web 2 user to explore the possibilities of Web 3 without feeling like they're diving into uncharted territories. Vorge's intuitive interface ensures that you don't have to have prior blockchain knowledge before starting. You can get involved straight away. It's all very self-explanatory, easy to use. And we had this because this is crucial for accelerating the adoption of Web3 technology. Not only do we offer the UI, but our enterprise-grade APIs are game changers for users and businesses looking to harness the power of Web3. They offer seamless, efficient, and secure way to integrate blockchain technology into existing tech stacks. It's opening up a world of possibilities. So Vorge allows users to utilize the benefits of secure smart contracts without having to worry about managing them and their assets. And not only is Vorge a service for deploying and interacting and managing smart contracts, it also is an indexer. So we have a significant number of APIs, which I'll talk about in the upcoming slides, that lets you utilize our indexer. So whether maybe you might want to use Vorge for deploying smart contracts, but there's loads of APIs where you can read on-chain data with just a few lines of code from Web 2 if you're integrating into a tech stack. So yeah, I'll get to that. So yeah, I'll move on. So why Vorge? Before we get into it. So since Vechain launched, its focus has been on building technologies that solve obstacles impeding mass adoption. And the idea behind Vorge was simple then. We wanted to create a platform that enables everyone to interact with Web3 and create, deploy, and operate smart contracts. We wanted to reduce or even remove technical barriers that has typically caused enterprise to shy away from blockchain technologies. So literally shouldn't be a requirement to start interacting with Web3. We want to remove the stress of managing seed phrases, wallets, storing digital assets. Don't worry about that. Leave that to us. When it comes to Forge, we'll manage that for you. We want to create something that was inclusive. We wanted everyone to be involved. We want to integrate with marketplaces. And very importantly, we wanted to work with, for the builders, the innovators, and the artists. So Forge will hopefully come to play a key role in the adoption of Vechain to our blockchain. All going well. Okay, so prerequisites before I start demoing the front end. Literally all you need is a valid email address. It couldn't be more easy. You don't need any wallet. So sorry, Beneath, they don't need to use eWorld. You don't need any Thor, no vet. It's so simple. You need a bit of imagination to come up with some sort of password. But you're all well able to do that. I'll give it to you. So how to access Forge? Well, there's a few ways, depending on what your use case is. You can access Forge via the UI, which is found at forge.app. If you've a bit of technical experience, you want to integrate with our APIs, you can find the APIs at api.forge.app. I also don't have it up here, but at forge.io, that's their portal. Then there's loads of documentation that Neil, our product manager, spent ages working on, and they're really insightful. And they can be found at docs.forge.app. There you'll find video tutorials, written tutorials. So if you have any issues later on you're using it, if you can't find me, I will be around. Hit those documentations up, they're brilliant. And finally, for support, we have the Discord channel, and we also have an email address, support@forge.app. So I will show you the portal now. Let me see. Okay, that didn't move. Okay, so guys, if any have a laptop on you and you want to do this with me, at least you'll have a setup for later. You can generate your API keys and stuff for later on. I definitely would invite you to come along with me, and like if you have any questions as we go through it, put up your hand and I'll answer them. It's really straightforward. But to start off with, this is our homepage. So I'm going to register as if I don't have an account, even though I probably have about 100 accounts at this stage. So click register, and here just you need to come up with an email. I'm actually going to actually this one's already registered. Okay, I'm going to get a temporary email. So this works. Give me something original. Okay, so enter your email. Give yourself a name. My name is Vechain. So, I used that one earlier. Okay, that's what I shouldn't have practiced this demo earlier. Okay, let me go with my personal one. Okay, perfect. Next thing, come up with a password, whatever suits you guys. You can agree to terms and services. You can don't worry about okay, sorry. QWERTY, I couldn't spell it right. There we go. Okay, so you can all hack my account later on. Okay, so once you guys have done that, head over to your email accounts and you can get the code that has been sent to you. So go to my Gmail. I'm not great at emails, so you'll see a lot of unread ones there. Okay, so copy the code over, go back, paste it in. Okay, so I'm registered. So how Forge works, it's a hierarchical approach. So an organization is the first thing you need to create. That would be, if you're a business, that would be your enterprise. If you're an individual user, yeah, of course, you're going to be it's going to be a one-man show, one-woman show. You're the organization, but it just allows you to invite people to collaborate and stuff. So I'm going to be the organization owner now because I'm creating it. But if I want to invite whoever, Fabio, to come join, I can send him an invite link and he can join my organization. I can grant him access to different things. So creating the organization, it's going to be Vechain's org, nice and original. Okay, and Antonio spoke to you about this earlier, but at the moment, Forge is a public good. So we are offering 300,000 API calls a month for free. You can do 5,000 NFT uploads at once. You can deploy up to 20 smart contracts a month. So there's loads and loads of scope there. So that should be ample amount for the moment. Okay, add members, not going to do that. Next thing, you create a project. So when you're creating a project, this project is where you'll manage your smart contracts. So a project can either be for mainnet or testnet. It can't be for both. So I'm going to create a project here for the mainnet. We're going to be all smart contracts that are created for this project are going to get deployed on the mainnet. So again, you can add then users. So if I only want Fabio to have access to project X, not project Y, I'll add him to project X, and he can interact with those smart contracts. So project's name, Vechain, and I'm going to select mainnet. You can upload an image if you want. I'm just going to go with the default one. Okay, so this is the landing page then for Forge. So you can see of my project. You can see my organization. These tabs on the side. This one here is for the documentation. This is to see members of my organization, and in here you can see different metrics. So you can see, how many API calls, etc. you've used. But back to where I was. So before I start, you saw the amount of resources you got per organization. You have to allocate these resources now to a specific project. So I'm going to do that to start off. You guys do it too. So I'm going to just give it everything. So I can have 300,000 API calls, 100 calls a minute, 20 deployments, and it's good to go. Okay, so we're now ready to create a smart contract. You have your organization, your project created. And we offer 3 different types. So we offer, from the UI, we offer fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens and tokenized vault. Before I get into that, I'm actually going to go back to the slides and just talk you through the different standards, just in case any aren't familiar with them and why you might use them. And I'll jump back to this in a second. So, okay, cool. So, as I said, Forge, and Fabio has touched on this as well. Forge allows to deploy numerous EVM compatible smart contracts on the Vechain Tor mainnet and testnet networks. As I said, I'll go through in the next slides different standards we support. But before I start, I want to make a point that all our smart contracts are OpenZeppelin based. So I know Fabio just spoke to you about OpenZeppelin, but OpenZeppelin, as you said, offers open source OpenZeppelin contracts, and they're all written in Solidity, and they're used for building secure smart contracts. OpenZeppelin contracts uses the ERC standards, and they're all EVM compatible. And in an effort to minimize cyber risk associated with building secure smart contracts on the likes of Vechain and Ethereum, OpenZeppelin contracts are continually audited and tested. It's the go-to library for smart contract development in Web3, so hence we thought they were a good fit for Forge, and that's why all our smart contracts are based on the OpenZeppelin standards. Another small point to note before I go into it is all smart contracts created and deployed on Forge are created and deployed through a Forge deployment wallet, and thus these smart contracts are owned and controlled by Forge. So unless you are transferring them away from Forge to your own wallet, we will own and manage them for you. And if you do decide to transfer them into another wallet, then they are yours, your responsibility. You won't be able to interact with them via Forge anymore. Okay, so the first standard that we're offering is ERC 721. I know most of you in the room, all of you in the room are familiar with it. But ERC 721 is the contract standard that represents non-fungible tokens, NFTs. As some of you know, an NFT is used to identify something or someone in a unique way. Think of them like rare, one-of-a-kind collectibles, and as a result, they are not interchangeable. Each NFT is a unique identifier, a token ID, and that distinguishes from all other tokens and represents its unique values and properties. This type of token is perfect for organizations who want to offer collectible items, tickets, access keys, etc. Okay, and our ERC 721 contracts define rules that must be followed to allow unique tokens to be managed and transferred, etc. Okay, and if you actually see that, they're all 3 different NFTs. The one on the right of the cow is a painting I did years ago. And it's now an NFT that I've listed on World of E all through Vorge. So if you guys are any budding artists out there, I'll show you how to do that later on. So next token we offer is ERC20. So these are the fungible tokens, okay? So for example, if any of you don't know what a fungible token is, it means that all tokens in it are exactly the same. So if you have a $1 bill, they will have the same value as other $1 bills. Same with ERC20 tokens. One ERC20 token is the same value as another ERC20 token, and thus they are interchangeable. The ERC20 standard allows organizations to build token and applications that are interoperable with other products and services. It again defines rules, how these tokens should be transferred and how they should be owned, etc. Fungible tokens can represent virtually anything really on Web3. So they could represent reputation points in an online game, skills of a character in a game, fiat currency like USD, reputation points in an online platform. There's loads of different use cases. Tokens, ERC20 tokens minted on board as well can also be listed on Vechain, decentralized there's documentation for that on Vorge.docs. And the final token standard that we're offering via the front end or the UI is the ERC 4626 standard. So this is the tokenized vault standard, again, based off the Open Zeppelin standard. This enables the creation of secure and flexible single asset vaults of ERC20 tokens and gives shares to the user that deposits assets. Tokenized vaults are the foundation for lending markets, aggregators, yield-bearing tokens in decentralized finance. And users can deploy ERC 4626 tokens, smart contracts, and they can mint, deposit, and withdraw all through Vorge. The only prerequisite is that they have an ERC20 token contract already deployed and tokens are minted. Okay, so they're the 3 we support via the UI. We also support them all via our APIs. These contracts here are also all supported via the APIs. So I'll briefly go through them. First one is ERC 1155. This is a semi-fungible or multi-fungible token. So these kinds of tokens are suitable in use cases where you want both a fungible token offered and a non-fungible token offered. So they're very popular in gaming. So games that want I don't know, maybe character or weapons or something, they're going to be non-fungible tokens, but points that they're building up in the game are fungible tokens. So that's a very popular use case for them. The second contract we offer on the back end only is the ERC 721 Universal Upgradable Proxy Contract. For those of you who don't know what a proxy contract is, a proxy contract basically overcomes the barrier, which is not necessarily a bad thing, of immutability when you deploy a contract on a blockchain. So with the upgradable proxy contract, what you do is you deploy a proxy contract. It is given a contract to direct for a logic contract. In our case, it's the ERC 721 contract that I will have previously spoke about. So as a user, if I want to mint or carry out some operation on a contract, I will call the proxy, which will delegate the call to that ERC 721 contract. And in a case where I might want to add extra functionality to the ERC 721 contract, or if I find a bug and I want to fix it, I can just give the proxy contract the new logic contract. So I can deploy a new ERC 721 contract with the fixes and pass that to the proxy. So I'm still calling the same proxy, but with a different logic contract in the back end. To be honest, if you're going to be deploying ERC 721 contracts, I would just use the standard one. You'd have to contact us if you wanted to come up with an upgrade. The other two tokens then are VIP 180 and VIP 210. The VIP 180 token is the Vechain native ERC20 contract, and VIP 210 one is the ERC 1155 Vechain native contract. Again, I'm not sure how long we're going to keep supporting these, so I would just stick to either the ERC20 or the ERC 1155 if you want fungible or semi-fungible tokens. Okay, I will show you now how to deploy a contract via the UI. So 2 seconds. Okay, so spoke through the different ones you can do. For this, I'll do a ERC 721 contract. So if you guys want to join back along with me, I'm going to give the contract a name. I have an image of my dog on this laptop, so I'll use that. They're the Vechain mascots. If any of you are following Vechain on social media, I'll give Monty a nice symbol of dog. So this will be Monty will be the contract name. The ERC 721 token symbol will be dog. So on board, you can pick what features you would like the contract to have. So for instance, if I click burnable here, do I want my ERC 721 tokens to have the ability to be burned? If I click this box here, yeah, they can be burned in future if I want to. If I don't, these tokens that I create will never be able to be burned. Do I want the contract to be pausable? So do I want to be able to pause all operations on the contract? For this, some people might want to use this if they want to, I don't know, if they're maybe planning on selling NFTs or something, they maybe pause the ERC 721 contract and stop all transfers happening. It might make maybe the NFTs more valuable or something, but it just stops all operations anyway and be a safety feature as well on a contract. And finally, selective. Do I want to have selective minting or sequential minting? Basically, selective minting means if I have 10 token IDs with a given contract, if I want to mint token ID 3 first, I can do that. Alternatively, I don't tick this box, it's sequential minting. So the first token I mint will have a token ID of 1, 2, 3, etc. And then finally, I can give it a royalty receiver's address. So I'm planning for this NFT I'm about to mint to do really well in the marketplace. So I'll definitely put in my my wallet address. Hope some of you might go buy it. And basically, the royalty receiver address is it's going to be my address, and I'm going to set a royalty percentage fee amount. So basically, in the case of the NFT selling, or maybe in secondary sale in a marketplace, etc., I'll still get a percentage of the sale each time it is resold. So I'll just get my wallet address here. Okay, and then finally, 2 more steps. You can upload. There's good old Molly. So you can upload a media here. This will be the image, the NFT will be associated. This is getting uploaded into an S3 book at the moment. And then finally, you can add metadata, and metadata for an ERC 721 is basically what defines the properties of the NFT. So you can set whatever you want here, or metadata is down below here. Let me see, give it a description. So yeah, I'll set give different attributes to the NFT. So I'll just say, I'll give it a name, and I'll give the name as Molly. So all metadata as well on board is uploaded to IPFS. We have our own IPFS node, and any metadata uploaded will be pinned to that node. So we can then pass the metadata to the smart contract via token URI. Okay, so that's all good. Ooh, what is required? Sorry, 2 seconds. Okay. Oh, I never gave it a royalties fee. Okay, so that smart contract's getting deployed. What we have to do now, we have to wait 12 blocks before we will be able to see the smart contract address and before we'll be able to carry out any actions on it. The reason it's 12 blocks is because our indexer is always 12 blocks behind the head. This ensures block finality before we start storing the information in the indexer. So 12 blocks is what it takes on Vechain for block finality to occur. So yeah, I hope you guys have followed along to this stage so far. Then I can just show you from the, while we're waiting for that to deploy, if you go here, you can see the carbon footprint. So again, this will take 12 blocks to come through for us to be able to calculate the carbon footprint and the CO2 emissions, etc. Because we'll take that from the indexer. But if you are looking and you're interested, you can see here your carbon emissions, your gas use, the number of transactions you made on chain. This will all be tracked for you. And again, you can also see then all the different transactions you've carried out from here. So this should nearly be, it's still in pending state. So we have a wall, we have an address now anyway. So this is the smart contract address here. And let me see, can I carry out an action? So, okay, I'll come back to that in a second and show you how to mint. I'll keep going. Okay, so the APIs. So if you were technical enough to know how to use an API, but maybe Web3 development is a bit out of your comfort zone, or as an enterprise, you don't have the resources for it, then these Vorage's rich set of APIs are definitely something you'd probably be interested in. So with Vorage, you can seamlessly integrate the Web3 functionalities without the steep learning curve of Web3 development or the need for specialized personnel. You can integrate in your tech stack with just literally a few lines of code. The APIs were designed to make the transition to decentralized technology smoother and more accessible for both individuals and users. There's almost over 100 APIs, there's more than 100 APIs available. So as an average Web2 developer, if you utilize all the APIs that are on offer, you can pretty much do a lot of things that the typical Web3 developer can do. So there's quite extensive. All that is required to start using the APIs is an API key. I'll show you how to get that from the UI now in a second. But yeah, as I said, from the APIs, you can pretty much perform all actions that you need to do via the front end. Like you could do via the front end. You can create, deploy, interact with smart contracts. You can get information on assets you created. You can perform contract operations. You can even pass in raw transactions and get them immediately executed on chain. And I'll go on now to the next slide, which will show you how you can utilize the indexer via the API keys, which I think is something that's really, really beneficial if you're looking to integrate with Vechain Tor. So for us and Vorage and many DApps, it's a common requirement to quickly and efficiently need to query on-chain data. So some data, such as a wallet account balance, are available directly from Vechain Tor node. However, other data, such as NFT transfers, are hard to query directly. So for this reason, it is a common design pattern to build a decentralized indexing service to expose this data, and aka an indexer, which is what we have built for Vorage. The Vorage indexer, as I said, is 12 blocks behind the Vechain Tor head. This is, as I said, to ensure block finality. And on Vorage, we have both mainnet and testnet index. So you can get all information, all transactions, all block history for both mainnet and testnet on it. The repo, so yeah, we have a significant number of APIs indexed on Vorage. And we use these APIs to decode all on-chain events. As far as I know, our API provides like I'd say nearly 90% of the on-chain events are decoded. So they're really they're consumable. You know exactly what's going on chain. Like even I think the likes of Vechain Stats don't even have as many of the APIs we have. We've hounded some different projects to get their contract APIs off them, but yeah, you'll definitely see it when you go to interact with APIs and read the transaction information. You'll see how decoded it is. So yeah, you can get the latest historical aggregated data on NFT. I'll get through to that, so you can get all the marketplace stats and stuff for different marketplaces we offer on Vechain. And obviously sustainability is at our core. So I showed you there via the UI where you can get your carbon footprint. We can also offer that via the backend, and you can not only get it on your own project, you can also get it on smart contracts, how much carbon footprint they've made. You can also get it on wallet addresses, etc. So that's all available through the APIs. So yeah, I will demo some of the APIs now. I'll just mint this token first so I have it when I come back. So again, I still have my smart contract. Before I get into demoing some of the APIs, I'm actually just gonna, so I can get to it later on, just gonna mint a token by the front end. So for minting ERC-721 tokens or any of the tokens on Forge via the front end, all you need is a wallet address. So wherever you want the token to be minted to. So that's my wallet address there. And I'm just gonna mint token ID 1. I only gave the metadata for one token ID, so we're only able to mint the one. So that will get minted now, and we can come back to this later. But for anyone, if you want to, again, follow me along, and I'll show you how to use the APIs. What you need is an API key, and I'm going to show you how to get that now via the front end. So if you go to, let me see. You go, click on your icon at the very top right hand corner. If you go to account management, from account management, if you go across to API keys, here you can generate an API key, and that will give you access to the APIs. So I'm gonna give it a name, API key. It's going to be for the project Vechain, and the API key permissions I'm going to give it are all. So I'm going to give it read and write. Again, if you're working with team members, you might want them to have access to everything. So this is where you can limit their access here by the API key you generate for them. So you can generate the key here. It's up to you then to store it, manage it, whatever way you like. You can, if you lose it, you can generate a new one. So yeah, so these are our APIs. So we have a large, one of them open there. A large amount of them, so I won't get through them all today, but I'll show you some of the ones that might be of interest to you. So sorry, to authenticate if any of you are not used to Swagger, to authenticate the endpoints, you pass in your API key here. So one of the first ones I'm going to demo for you is to get the blocks. So this gets the latest 10 blocks on chain. Really easy. Try it out. Number of blocks I wanted to return 10. I can change to 100. I can change it to whatever. But this will just show you what kind of information you can get back. It's going straight from the index. So here you can see everything. You can see the block ID. You can see the size of the block, the timestamp, the gas limit, gas use, transactions, etc. You can get it all there for the last 10 blocks, however many you want. But everything's there you need when it comes to information on a block. If you want to get information on a contract address, so let me see if I go here, I can get the number of blocks. I can get information on the contract address I just created there. If I take this contract address, and I'm going to pass in the contract address there, so you can see the events that have happened. So the contract was created, there was roles granted via the contract, there's an event that have been emitted. Yeah, you can see the transaction topics, you can see the parsed events, so that's the decoded event. So you can see like that's the only event that happened on chain for that given smart contract. But again, if you have a smart contract that has had hundreds of transactions, you'll be able to get them all here, and it's all really easily consumed way. If you're creating your own unique smart contract and it's going to have its own unique ABI, there is an endpoint here where you can upload that API. So maybe you want to utilize our index, as I said, but we mightn't have necessarily that ABI in our indexer to decode the events. If you add this, you add your ABI here, we will go back and re-index any events we've missed. And also then all future events that happen from that smart contract, we'll have them included and decoded on our indexer. To get the carbon footprint, so if I want to get the carbon footprint of my wallet address, I can hit execute. And then you can see I've made 8 transactions, not that many. The gas I've used in total and the CO2 I've used in grams. If I want to get the carbon of the smart contract, so again, I can put in try it out. Smart contract I created. And yeah, I can get the CO2 used and the gas used. I don't know if you're working like on sustainability projects, this might be useful for you. And again, then you can do all the same things that you could do via the UI. So you can have all the functionality there, deploy, mint, modify smart contracts, get smart contract metadata, whatever you want. It's all there for you. So you can play around with them as you please. Okay. So one of the few things I'm going to show you now is integrating with World of V and the marketplace aggregation. So I showed you how easy it is to deploy an ERC 721 contract and mint a token. Something really cool that we've offered is within a click of a button, you can list those NFTs on World of V. World of V, for those of you who don't know, it is the largest marketplace at the moment in the Vechain ecosystem. And we've been working with them to integrate Vorge with them. Hopefully we'll do it for more marketplaces in the future, but at the moment we just have it offering for World of V. So I'll demo in a second with the NFT I minted, but again, with a click of a button, as I said, you can mint and list NFTs on World of V marketplace. The other thing we did was with the large amount of data that we've collected via our indexer, we created APIs and powerful aggregations that allowed us to utilize all this information that we've gathered. So we have created these APIs to give information on the top NFT collections. So what's gaining money, what's losing money, provide insights on the most valuable NFTs, help customers make informed decisions. So World of V have integrated these APIs into their code base. So this screenshot you can see here, that's all being powered by Vorge and our indexer. World of V want to do this to, as I said, provide insights to their customers on the most valuable NFTs. They wanted to show what NFTs are currently leading the market in terms of market capitalism. They wanted to allow their customers to explore the newest collections, see what's been minted recently, what activity they're going on in the marketplace. And they want to show collection gainers and losers. And one thing they're doing that's really cool is they're having a competition once a month to try and encourage people to buy NFTs. So the top 3 buyers get rewarded and bet. The top 3 NFT buyers get rewarded and bet at the end of every month. And there's a leaderboard that shows who's winning currently in the month. So I'll show you this now. So we have let me see, is that mint? Sorry, I never minted that token. Okay, yes, so the prerequisite before listing an NFT on World of V is the token has to be minted. So this token is just getting minted now. All these endpoints are also available from all the endpoints I was talking about the aggregations are running on the marketplace activity. These are all here and they're all consumable by the API. So I'll show you these. So this one here, will show you the marketplace activity for a given smart contract. The marketplaces we support on Vorge are World of V, VC, which is another big marketplace. Exoworlds, which is a game, but they have their own marketplace too. They've actually recently taken over VC, so there's probably a lot of exciting things to come from there. And VPunks. So the 4 marketplaces we look out for events from. And as new marketplaces join the ecosystem, they'll also be included in these aggregations. But this is I think it's one of the Mad V8s, I think this addresses. So that's one of the big NFT collections on Vechain. So if I hit this endpoint, it might take a second, I'm going to get 100 events returned. It's going to give me all the latest marketplace activity for their NFTs. So you can see the event names there, the listing, what marketplace it happened on, the value the NFT sold for or was listed for. So that's really handy. Again, you can give a given token ID, see the history that happened for that particular token ID. So we'll filter out by token ID. This one here is, so if I see this, you can filter, all these are paginated, and you can filter by whatever you want. So for instance, this one is powered by aggregation. So this is to get the on-chain activity for collections, so you can, and it gets the stats on them. So how much volume was sold in the last day, week, month, what percentage changes the volume selling at, how many items were sold, etc., how many buyers we had, etc. So this can all be got from this endpoint. You can sort it by whatever you want. So I'm going to sort by the amount of volume sold in Vet. I'm going to select all marketplaces. That's I don't care which one it is, and mainnet obviously. So I'll hit that, and you can see there. Well, it's loading, but VPunks has the most all-time volume Vet sold. It's one of the OG NFT collections, so you can see hasn't as much any activity on World of V, but has huge amount of activity on VC. So you can see the different information there, and against all marketplaces, you can get all that information there, and yeah, you can use that whatever way you need. And yeah, the buyer activity as well, that's the one that World of V have been using. It's already pre-populated there, so to show the top buyers in on World of V, and they've been using that to run their competition. Why is this token not minting? Okay, maybe it has been. Sorry, maybe I have the wrong wallet address. I do. Okay, we'll go again. Sorry, I had the wrong wallet address copied in there. So yeah, while that is loading, I can show you some more of the APIs. So wait. So what might be handy for you guys is if you are doing on-chain transactions and stuff, and you want to confirm the transaction or get information on it, you can use these APIs, some of the APIs that sorry, it's going. If you pass in the transaction ID, and also if you are creating something and you want to pull all of a given wallet address's NFT, you can pass in the wallet address here, and it'll get the metadata on all the different NFTs that wallet address holds. So that's already authenticated. I try this out. this will get all the different NFTs that I have in this wallet. So you can see them all there, and it will give you the metadata URI. So the IPFS link, and the different token IDs. So that might be handy if you're building something and you want to use the NFTs for a given wallet address. So, okay, this is getting listed now. Before I'll go on to the next slide. So I'll come back to show you how to list on World of E now in a second, but basically that's sort of everything summed up with Vorge. You can come up to me at the end if you want to ask me any questions on how to integrate with the APIs, need help with coding it or anything, but we have a few more things in the pipeline for Vorge. So we're going to offer paid subscription tiers for businesses or use the required greater scales of usage. We're going to start offering DAOs. The smart contracts are there. We're just waiting to release it. So that should be released in the next few weeks. So DAO smart contracts allow a group of individuals or organizations to collaborate and make decisions in a decentralized manner without the need for centralized authorities. So that'll be a great addition. We're going to also offer role-based access control smart contracts. So that means even though the smart contract might be owned and managed by Vorge, if you pass in your wallet address and you give it access to, I don't know, mint a token, you can call it externally and mint tokens from external to Vorge or burn tokens, whatever you want to do with it. You can pass in those, you can pass in the permissions to do that. We're going to offer additional aggregations for analytics. So we're going to continue to utilize our indexer so we can provide more insights, do more analytics. And if you guys have anything, I don't know, you're interested to get the analytics on, give us a shout and we can add them in, but definitely have plans there. The other thing that's coming out, we're also going to start supporting Fidgetals. I literally just reviewed a pull request last week for it, so that should be in very shortly that we'll be supporting Fidgetals. And we're also going to do proof of attendance NFTs, so we'll support that as well. So I'll see if this is NFT has minted. Okay. Good stuff. So let me get my wallet address, but that is not it. So, okay, that NFT is getting listed on World of V now. So if I go to my account on World of V, so before actually, while this is getting loaded up here, before you list NFT on World of V, you should create an account with World of V. So the reason then you create an account is so you can manage it and then you can set the selling price, etc., all from World of V. And you want to have the tokens, not necessarily, but you'd ideally have them minted into your own wallet address so that you can sell them. If they're minted into someone else's wallet address, you might manage the collection in World of V, but you won't necessarily be able to sell it because it's not your NFT. Okay, so there she is. There's good old Molly. And yeah, so you can, if I go to this collection here, you can edit it whatever way you want. You can add a description. It's all quite intuitive, as you please. And then with the NFT, then if you want to list it or whatever, you can list it like this and start an auction. We'll set it 1 vet. I don't know, duration an hour. And there we go. That's for sale. Sign it with your wallet and you're away. So yeah, that is it. It's all very straightforward. There you go. So if anyone wants to go buy an NFT, there's one there for you. So yeah, that's, oh, where's my slides gone? that's sort of it for Vorge. Does anyone have any questions? I'll be around afterwards anyway. If anyone wants me to help them implementing it or anything, the APIs. But any questions from anyone? No. Okay. Well, thank you all very much for listening.
And then, yeah, thanks, Fabio, and also Vinit for presenting on those. So that's pretty much the technical workshops done for now. Thank you. What we'll hand over to afterwards is we're going to have a break between the different. Yeah, feel free to. No, we'll basically that's the end of the technical workshops. Of course, the team is here afterwards. And also, I just wanted to wrap up before you head on and get deep into coding that. No, not so long ago, Mark Zuckerberg was sitting in a seat not so different to yours. Has anybody seen The Social Network? Is anybody a fan of the movie? Where he's in that lecture hall and he's sitting there and he's like, you know, paying attention or sort of not paying attention. He gets told off. Obviously, you're not getting told off here. This is the lecture hall. This is a similar lecture hall to what he was sitting in before. And he had that mentorship and that guidance from other people who are around. And just sitting in the front row here, you have the same mentorship available to you. So every single hackathon, we have somebody who comes out, a couple of different teams who come out and they build some absolutely stellar projects. Amongst you, there's going to be a couple. Just amongst here, I think you may have seen Jeremy. He's one of those teams after the previous hackathon. He raised from A16Z, dropped out of Harvard, and then came back as well. And now he's raised again. So definitely find him. He's floating around somewhere here. He'll actually be at the fireside chat we'll be doing later as well. So, grab that mentorship, speak with Antonio, speak with Marina, speak with Fabio, Christina, Vinit, Roshan as well, and find out how you can take your projects to the next level afterwards. So that's enough of me talking. I know you want to get to coding, but thank you again for coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Yeah. No way. Some people. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm trying to deploy contracts. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that be considered a supply chain?
Eventually, yeah.
I just wasn't sure if that was.
Marina. She'd be a great person to talk about that, actually. Marina. You saw her talk, right? You know who she is. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just saying.
Yeah.
Sounds like
it's my thing.
Yeah, it's quite.
I like both of them. I think they're both really cool. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no worries. Cool. You're coming back tomorrow then? Cool. Do that. Yeah, you were here last time, weren't you? Cool. Yeah, welcome back.
We were just kind of wondering, like, if it's twice.
Yeah.
It's just.
I think it definitely fits. It's like, putting clothes on the blockchain and, there's that traceability aspect. I think that's really powerful. But yeah, definitely chat with the rest of the team about it. They say Marina and Priscilla, Antonio. Yeah. You talked with her already. Okay. Yeah. I think she's just headed out. Yeah, I think she's just headed out. She might just be around there somewhere. Yeah, no worries. Well, I love the idea though. Thanks. Really cool. I'm trying to. Yeah, everybody's so excited.
You got to know what you do.
Yeah. I keep on saying every time, thanks for flying all the way out. It's not easy giving up your weekend as well.
No worries. It's the very neat to do. So
Hey, I'm Prashant.
Hey, Phil.
So I have a group of we are all software in undergrad. So we are all more comfortable with back and coding, but this it's kind of a lot. So now we are thinking we'll just do a pitchathon. So is it possible that we have a pitch idea ready, but we want to work on it more? So can we have a small conversation with you once we have the idea ready?
Come by me. We'll actually come to the fireside.
And what time is it?
It could be at 5.
We want to
5.
Okay. And that's the last the last meeting for the day. The fireside chat.
Should be at 5 with you. Yeah, 5. 5 with you.
Okay.
No worries.
That's what we're really
So just